Good evening. This is called to order for a special meeting of the Bridgeport Board of Education. Today's Monday, December 16th, 2024, and it is 6:38. I'm going to start with attendance, Mr. Benahan.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Bing, Christine Baptiste Paris, Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
Here.
Mr. Willie Medina,
Here.
Ms. Jennifer Perez, Mr. Joseph Sokolet, Mr. Trevor, Mr. Woodson, and myself here.
Thank you. Today, first item on the agenda is public comments. We have a few people signed up, so we're going to start with, we have Jeremy Hiddleman. When you come to the microphone, just you can restate your name. If I mispronounce it, I apologize. You'll have 2 minutes, and once the 2 minutes are up, we ask that you just wrap up the public comments. Click the button on the podium. Yes, and I'll let you know when it's red.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jeremy Hitmark. I'm the newly hired assistant principal at Thomas Hooker School, a school that until this year did not have the benefit of a full-time assistant principal. Thomas Hooker serves a diverse community, including pre-K, elementary, middle school, a SOAR classroom, and a newly established RISE kindergarten classroom. Tonight, I urge you to table the vote on eliminating the recently hired assistant principals and allow us to work together to address the district's deficit with long-term sustainable solutions. We have the opportunity to place Bridgeport in a fiscally stable position without further reducing critical supports for our students and our teachers. It's deeply unfortunate the district finds itself in this position due to some previous short-sighted decisions. However, moving forward with cuts to the APs at this moment would be reckless. As we bring more outplaced students back into our schools, potentially reduce our already limited numbers of guidance counselors and social workers, and increase the workload on our already stretched staff, eliminating these key leadership roles will compound existing challenges. Every one of my colleagues and I chose to work in Bridgeport because we're deeply committed to supporting staff and students so that they can achieve their full potential. Two of the most critical needs I filled so far as an AP are serving as an emergency responder for the building. Security staff can only do so much and aren't equipped to manage severe behavioral incidents. I personally handle major behavioral issues, ensuring the classroom teachers can focus on instruction and students remain safe and in a supportive learning environment. Without my role, this burden would fall on already overextended classroom teachers, disrupting learning for everyone. I also work as closely as possible with teachers to enhance their instructional strategies in response to student behavior, directly impacting student learning outcomes and classroom culture. To address the financial challenges, I propose moving the elimination of our positions out of phase 1 and inviting us to serve as an additional committee to work alongside Dr. Avery and the board on cost-saving measures. Since the last board meeting, my colleagues and I have identified 8 chronic financial drains that are apparent from the school level, most of which were not addressed in the proposal from last week, and that's just in a couple days. If given the chance to remain in our roles, we can partner with you to identify practical solutions to fix the systemic financial issues while ensuring our schools continue to improve student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Casey Cooper.
Good evening. My name is Casey Cooper. In the past few years that I've been teaching at Thomas Hooker, I've seen the difference between a sole leader and a team lead with having an assistant principal. Our assistant principal plays a vital role and works closely with our principal, providing support and ensuring that our school climate is safe and runs smoothly. Our assistant principal works closely with all of our teachers, families, and students, and has already developed strong relationships with them this year. Our AP has assisted our principal with managing the school's day-to-day operations, including discipline, primarily of the middle school students, scheduling, student support services, and communicating with students and parents. He's been able to assist with fostering effective communication and addressing concerns, both academic and social emotional, ones that are too much for one person to take on themselves due to the large amount of services that our students require. While our overall population is not large, we currently have both SOAR and RISE classrooms, which naturally require a large amount of administrative attention. He has contributed to building an even more positive school culture and has excellent leadership development. Part of what makes the AP role especially important are the bridges that they are able to build between school leadership and the groups within our school community. APs have the ability to work more closely with students, teachers, and families, filling in for what the principal cannot always do with an already full plate on their hands. It takes a village to reach out, connect, and help the school and city community, which is what our APs do. Please reconsider taking them away from us, especially as far as we are into the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Bartlow.
Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak. Chronic stress that lasts for days, weeks, or even years, causes immense damage on young minds. Chronic stress is credited to inconsistency, instability, and insecurity. Not only the insecurity my adolescent students face every single day, but when I use the term, I'm speaking about the physical school safety. Approximately $700,000 is set to be saved this year with the removal of 19 second-in commands from our schools. $700,000 to decrease student and teachers' mental health, decrease educational outcomes for students asking to succeed, and most importantly, decrease the safety of our schools. Our assistant principals offer more than managerial support for teachers. They assist with de-escalating students, conflict mitigation, and standardized test coordination. They run intellectual preps to cater curriculum to diverse classrooms school-wide. They cover your classroom when you've been holding it for 3 periods and don't know if you can make it another 20 minutes. Stripping our assistant principals from our school will disrupt a school year that has been stabilized by the leaders within our schools. Stability is the goal of every school. Routines, expectations, and consequences are what create stability. Hallway routines, although created alongside teachers, are established and reinforced with the strong support of the assistant principal. School-wide expectations such as dress code are handled at the administrative level. Even in a school of 250 students, administration is inundated by students' needs that should fall on supports that have already been seized from our schools. Students' access to guidance counselors have already been restricted to part-time, allowing acute stressors to fester into chronic stress. Assistant principals offer support for the students when the guidance counselor is off campus. These devoted educators go above and beyond to better meet the basic needs of our students. My ask tonight is to delay the school level changes that will impact consistency, security, and stability this school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Giovanna Ramos.
Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Avery. My name is Giovanna Ramos. This is my 7th year as principal at Thomas Hooker. This is not the first time I come before the board to speak on behalf of our resources and budget cuts. I have dedicated 21 years to Bridgeport Public Schools, and I'm proud of the fact. I love my faculty, my staff, my students, my families, and my community partners. About 7 years ago, I was an assistant principal at Madison School, and I was eliminated from my position. So unfortunately, I know all too well how the newly hired assistant principals feel. I was devastated to lose my position as assistant principal. The principal and I relied on each other, and we had a strong partnership, and we were able to do a lot more together than we could as just one. This is how I feel about my assistant principal. He is such a huge positive asset to my school community. He is hardworking, ambitious, intelligent, caring, capable, and so much more. The students, staff, and our families respect him and see him as an amazing resource to our school. Prior to my assistant principal starting at Thomas Hooker, I didn't have a full-time AP. I'm a pre-K to 8 school. I have 3-year-olds to 15-year-old students in my building. I have 2 self-contained special education classrooms at the elementary level, and all of my support staff and service providers are part-time. I need a full-time AP. Small school, less resources, unfortunately. We are small but mighty, I like to say. My AP and I are the administrators daily, instructional leaders, disciplinarians, the nurse twice a week, mental health counselors part-time, substitute teachers as needed, facilities managers, event planners, PPT chairs, 504 chairs, cheerleaders at our students' events, and so much more. We do this with professionalism, integrity, responsibility, knowledge, a smile, and the best customer service we can provide on a daily basis, because that is what our school community deserves, and nothing less. Our school community deserves more. They deserve to have 2 dedicated administrators advocating for their needs daily. Mental health concerns are growing. Test scores need to rise. Classroom instruction needs more rigor. School attendance needs to improve. Students need programming and so much more. With all this, we should not be looking to cut positions that directly impact the classroom. This is something I've heard multiple times from Board of Ed meetings, that the classroom should not be touched.
Ms.
Cutting
Ramos, can you wrap
assistant
up?
principals affects the classroom in multiple ways. Please do not eliminate our assistant principals. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Cabrera?
Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Avery. My name is Rebecca Cabrera, and I'm the principal of Madison Elementary School. I'm also the co-grievance chair of BCAS. I come before you tonight to discuss the immense need to keep a full-time assistant principal at Madison Elementary School and to keep our current district-wide APs, support staff, and SPED district-level supervisors intact. Madison School is the largest pre-K to 6 elementary school in the district, educating 456 students and having more students than all pre-K to 6 elementary schools and 7 pre-K to 8 schools. Madison has 3 classes of each grade level, K to 6, 1 pre-K 4, and 3 self-contained classrooms, which service a continuum of students from K to 6. Madison has approximately 60 staff members, 30 of which are certified staff and are required to be evaluated by the district TVAL plan that includes multiple observations and meetings with teachers and certified staff. Madison has seen improvements in student growth on last year's SBAC, which is a testament to having a dedicated staff and 2 instructional leaders that are invested in continuous growth and the evaluation, development, and coaching of our teachers and staff. Due to budget cuts for this year, we have already lost valued staff, including Easy Teachers, who provided Tier 3 intervention service for our most struggling students. This loss of staff has shifted increased responsibilities onto classroom teachers and special area teachers. The proposed budget cuts call for multiple cuts, including 27 positions from BCAS and about 9 from BEA. Positions including APs, school counselors, social workers, and our district SPED supervisors. It has been stated that we don't want to affect our classrooms, but cutting these integral staff members at the school and district level will have a major negative impact on our schools and classrooms, and we will see the workload of many staff members increase. Many are saying COVID is over. However, the long-lasting impact is definitely not, and we are experiencing a mental health crisis and many students who are still exhibiting significant academic and social emotional difficulties. How in good faith can we cut our most precious resources, which is human capital?
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Malozzi.
Hi, my name is Sarah Malazzi. I don't have a nice written letter like everyone else does, but I am a parent. I work directly with the district. I run Mad Science. I don't know if you guys heard of us. But anyways, I am extremely disappointed. My son is obligated to have a free education that can support him. We have gotten taken away this year our social worker who was full-time 3 days a week, sometimes 2. We have an assistant principal that my son comes into school and he says, "Hey, Joey, how you doing?" He is absolutely deserved that. And you guys, we have a preschool now that, wasn't in our school that requires a lot of behavioral health and extra attention. We have a self-contained class in our school. My son is not going to be getting the education that he deserves like other towns provide. There is no room for my son to de-escalate in. None of that is given. And you guys just keep going and taking more. We have a nurse, 2 days a week? What happens? That he goes to the office because he's sick. There's no one there to actually identify what my son's problem is. And it's very sad being a homeowner in Bridgeport paying good taxes that you guys want to cut from us. And I just think it should be heard and our voices should be considered in these kind of decisions. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Joseph Balazzi next.
It doesn't make sense that you're taking away everyone. You're going to first take away the social worker. Doesn't make sense. She's wonderful. She's hardworking. And then you're going to take the assistant principal who's going to work for the people who need it. Think about it. We only have about 3 people to go to, but who are never here. Nurse. And then we have Miss Joyner and Mr. H. I had a problem this morning. He just cheered me up right away. Also, Miss Joyner does that. She is amazing, just like Mr. Hittemark, and lighten up my day like no ever before. I could be mad and they make me happy. If you take away them, it's just going to cause a domino effect of more issues. It's clearly going to make it worse, and you're just going to keep on going with it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. John Garrison.
Before I get started, Lynn Evan would like to yield or forfeit her 2 minutes if possible. Before I get started, Lynn Evan, the following speaker, would like to yield or forfeit her 2 minutes to me if that's possible.
Okay, where is she?
Was that?
Okay, you yield your time? Okay.
Yep. Good evening. My name is John Garrison, and I'm here as an outraged parent of multiple Bridgeport students. For far too long, this board has sat idly by while the financial mismanagement of our education system has devastated our schools. The staggering amount of money missing from our education budget and the resulting proposed cuts, in this case, the assistant principal position, are both disgraceful and unacceptable. While I hope those responsible are held accountable, I'm not here to dwell on the past. I'm here to propose a solution. The solution will sound simple, but it will require effort and unity. A citywide fundraiser to benefit every school and athletic program in Bridgeport. A fundraiser that would be open to all businesses, whether based in Bridgeport or simply willing to support our efforts. If you know a business owner, ask them to join us. If you care about our children's futures, now is the time to act. This effort is about more than raising money. It's about rebuilding community bonds and saving our educational infrastructure. Residents would support local businesses. Businesses would support our schools, and together we'd show our children what leadership and community really look like. We would teach them that their education and their opportunities matter. This problem won't be solved from the top down. It will only be solved from the ground up by the people of Bridgeport. Our elected officials have squandered resources, and now the burden falls on us to protect our children's education and opportunities. To get started, I've created an email address, revivebridgeportedu@gmail.com. I urge anyone interested, whether you're a business owner, principal, assistant principal, teacher, coach, parent, student, or community leader, to email me and let me know how you can help. Tell me who you are, your role, and your capacity to contribute. My businesses will be partaking, and my team and I are committed to working tirelessly with anyone willing to join us. This includes going business to business to invite participation, reaching out to the media to amplify our efforts, and leveraging every resource we can to make this happen. We might not be able to recover every dollar lost, but we can make a difference. We can stave off further cuts. We can protect vital programs, and we can show our children that their community refuses to give up on them. With unity and dedication, we can inspire others to support Bridgeport's future and send a powerful message that we will not stand idly by. Our children deserve better. Our schools deserve better. Bridgeport deserves better. Together, we can make that happen. That email again is revivebridgeportedu@gmail.com. I look forward to working with you and serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Last on the list is Jenny Gaines. Okay, I don't think she's here. Oh, that's it, okay.
Good evening, Dr. Avery and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Gaines, and I come to you today as a concerned parent of Interdistrict Discovery Magnet School. 84 days after speaking at the last board meeting about the school shooting threat, 2 days from the 12th anniversary of Sandy Hook's tragedy, and now just hours after yet another school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin. And yet, we still have not received any updates about the safety of our school since then. But once again, we find ourselves facing decisions that could profoundly impact the safety and well-being of our children and educators. Tonight, we are deciding on the fate of dozens of positions within our district, positions that directly influence the safety, support, and structure of our schools. How can we justify these cuts knowing that we may leave our children and teachers more vulnerable? While I fully understand the challenging financial path ahead, I am pleading with you to reconsider these budget cuts, particularly those affecting assistant principals. As I wrote in the email that I sent you last week, assistant principals are integral to our school communities. Assistant principals are the co-pilots of our schools. Imagine a plane in turbulence with only one person in the cockpit. That's a risk none of us would want to take. Without them, the flight of a school, our children's education becomes not just turbulent, but unsafe. Cutting these positions is not just a loss of leadership, it's a loss of connection, stability, and safety for our students and staff. When we cut these roles, we're sending a loud message that we, I mean really you all, are willing to compromise on the well-being of our children and the selfless educators that go into their schools every single day. I urge you to prioritize their safety, their mental health, and their academic success by preserving these critical positions. This is not just a budget issue, it's a values issue. What kind of community do we want to be? Let's choose one that invests in its people, protects its schools, and builds a future where we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go into the second item on the agenda, which is a discussion and possible action, including but not limited to approval of and authorizing the board chairperson to execute the proposed agreement between the Board of Education and Acting Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery. This item does qualify for executive session. If there's a vote for that.
I move that we go into executive session for discussion.
Okay, it was moved by Mr. Sokolovic, second by Mr. Medina. This would be executive session with the board and the city attorney, Mark Anastasi, and who's joining virtually. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Roll call vote. Roll call vote.
I heard you. We'll do a roll call.
Dr. Bain? Ms. Christine Baptiste Paris?
No.
Ms. Akisha Gassamir?
No.
Mr. William Medina?
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokolovic?
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber? Mr. Woodson? And myself, yes. 7 yes and 2 no, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we'll be in executive session and come back out shortly. Thank you. Those online, Danielle has sent you a link. All right, executive session has ended. It is 8:20. Is there a motion? Go ahead, Mr. Traber.
Madam Chair, I move to authorize and direct the law firm of Bertram Moses to negotiate a final contract with Acting Superintendent Dr. Royce Avery, consistent with what was discussed in executive session.
The motion was made by Mr. Traber, seconded by Mr. Sakalovic. All in favor, or any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. Next item on the agenda is a presentation of the Bridgeport Public Schools Master Plan Status Update by Mr. Garcia. Actually, we're having online presenters. Say that again.
We have Matt and Pat, Mr. Zuba and Patrick online. If you guys can introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Mike Zuba with MP Planning Group.
Hi, everybody. I'm Pat Gallagher, principal with MP Planning Group.
You're muted, Pam.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Babuka, and I'm with Studio Jade.
Great. You guys can start your presentation.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen and walk you through about a dozen, 15 or so slides that we have for tonight. Let me know if you have any problems. Hopefully, should be. Oop, I see it now up on the big screen. So good evening, everybody. I thought we'd start with kind of getting into our master planning process. This is something that we've been working on for several months, and I always like to kind of rewind a little bit as part of it and kind of get what into exactly as a master plan. The way we like to define it, it's really kind of a roadmap for your long-term planning framework. It helps guide capital investment. It helps guide operations, education program delivery. And it's really a good tool to be able to update so many years, typically 5 or so years, where you're taking a look at a lot of different conditions within your community, getting a good understanding of those, and then being able to craft ahead short and long-term planning options. So we really break it down into 2 main phases. We have our discovery phase, which is really kind of our assessments, and it's our looking at our needs. The 3 major components of the discovery phase are the 10-year enrollment projections. Those are done not only district-wide, but by building and by grade. We also do capacity and utilization to really get a good understanding of how you're best utilizing your space in each of your buildings. Where are areas that you may not be utilizing well? What are areas that may be experiencing enrollment pressures? Just to really establish what those space needs look like. And then Pam and her team at Studio Jade, really that other major part of that discovery phase is the facility condition assessment, which goes and looks at the overall needs of the buildings in really that 10-year planning horizon, but really kind of breaks it down into different planning windows based on priority. All of that information gets rolled together into what we call sort of that master plan, that master planning phase, where we're looking at different options. We're also looking at programmatic needs, building needs, potential for realignment, potential for reduction in number of schools, as well as capital investments, construction, and be able to really kind of guide and lay out how that framework needs to look over the next decade for Bridgeport Public Schools. So this is just to look at our overall master plan project schedule. Work for this really began over the summer with a lot of work being done throughout June, July, and August, especially on facility walkthroughs, facility condition assessments before the children got back into the building. So as you can see, we've checked a lot of the boxes on the discovery phase. We're wrapping up that facility condition assessment, which is right around 100%. And then as we move into the remainder of December and in through the new year, we'll really be getting into that master planning. So looking at different families of options for the near term as well as the long term, and then move those ahead into the development of a preferred plan where that'll have public involvement and ultimately lead into what that master plan report's going to look like and give you clear actionable items for implementation. So why update the master plan? It's, one of those important documents I mentioned that, typically districts update them around every 5 years, sometimes a little bit longer. The last comprehensive master plan in Bridgeport was undertaken in 2003 with a minor update in 2008. It really kind of provided the framework and guidance for your last major school construction program. There's been other projects since then, but that was really the big impetus and push for construction about 15 years ago. It's intended to serve as your long-range guiding plan, really kind of starting at when we began this process. So getting input, getting an understanding. It doesn't really just begin when that document is provided to the board where that master plan is kind of passed over. Really, we're in the crux of it now of being able to lay out what that master plan looks like. It will inform the next round of school construction and needs. It also will be able to inform Bridgeport's school closure policy. Its requirement of having an updated master plan to go through any major changes structurally in the school system. The updated master plan is really going to be able to provide that right sizing, being able to look at your portfolio of schools, look at what that current and future enrollment looks like, and be able to really help create a plan that right sizes the district to that for efficient operation. And as I mentioned earlier, this is really that short and long-term decision making. So as part of the process, I know the board has been providing us with some draft guiding criteria. This helps us provide a framework as we begin to start looking at that option development. We want to be able to understand what are the most important areas to be able to address, not only in the short term, but as well as the long term, see where those then sync up. So these are really kind of the key pieces that we're going to be going through as we're crafting options and weigh them against these criteria to see whether or not we're able to meet the desires of the board and the district as a whole. So really kind of, just not reading through all the bullets, but looking at the major items. It's going to involve funding strategies, how best to be able to pay for capital renewal and capital improvements, how best to be able to move the district forward through a series of construction, renovation, and repairs, and some instances that involve swing space, some instances that's going to involve unoccupied as well as occupied construction. So to be able to lay that out, seek opportunities to consolidate facilities where possible. What we've learned throughout our discovery phase is to be able to really kind of align the district's buildings, the number of seats with the number of children in the most effective manner. That's really going to be one of the key components of this. And to be able to move ahead with maintaining facilities in really good condition and be able to align those with what the programmatic needs are of the district as a whole. And then last but not least, to be able to get community and stakeholder involvement along the way. With tonight being our real first opportunity to be able to get out in the community, we'll have a short exercise towards the end of tonight's presentation where we're going to want to hear from everybody within the community and help us really kind of get off to be able to move ahead with that community engagement, to get input along the way as part of this process. So as we move into that real next part of that discovery phase, the enrollment projections and utilization, I'll pass it over to Pat. If you want to provide the highlights of what we have compiled to date as part of that, that would be great.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. So Pat Gallagher with MP Planning Group. So the enrollment projections are really the key starting point for any master plan, because we want to make sure that any decisions around facilities are being made in the context of your current and future student populations. So we prepared both district-wide and school-specific projections that really help kind of set the stage for our next phase of work that we'll be moving into in the new year. So this just shows our projected enrollment by grade grouping, and I will take a step back just to provide some context historically. So when we look at our pre-K 8 enrollment, we're right now at about 14,265 students. That's down about 1,800 students from the peak 10 years ago. So elementary enrollment has gone down quite substantially over the last 10 years. And we are projecting a modest decrease over the next 10 years by about 400 students, reaching about 13,800 or so before bouncing back a little bit over the later years of the projections. But what we've seen at the high school is that high school enrollment has grown at the same time that your pre-K-8 enrollment has shrunk. And that's largely due to some bigger cohorts that entered the school system about 10 years ago. Those students are now in high school. And so now we have those big cohorts moving out of the elementary schools and into the high school. And so this year's enrollment of almost 6,000 high school students is among the largest in recent memory. And we're projecting that enrollment to stay at about the same level over the next 3 years before decreasing in later years of the projections as some of those smaller cohorts in the elementary schools move up. So we're looking at those enrollment pressures at the high school to continue at least for the next 3 years before having some relief as the enrollment decreases. To move on to the elementary schools, I won't spend too much time on this. There's a lot of details here, but we do prepare by school projections, and this is just highlighting the school-specific trends. We are seeing overall decrease in enrollment, but that's not necessarily the story for every school. We're seeing some schools that are decreasing at a faster rate than the district-wide average, including a couple schools decreasing by more than 10%. Over the next 5 years. And then we have other schools that are seeing stable or even increasing enrollment. So the picture is really school specific, and this will help again inform our decisions as we move into the next phase of work. So getting into our elementary capacity, we really looked at the buildings and developed our capacity around your current operations, how you educate students. And so when we look at capacity is always changing as your educational program changes. And so as of the summer, this was the elementary program that you're providing in all of your buildings. And as we're developing our capacity, we want to make sure that every building has the spaces necessary to provide not just grade level instruction, but all of the special education and support services so that we really do have that parity from building to building. And our focus is really on full-size classrooms, those rooms that either are or could be used for grade level instruction. And so that includes rooms that maybe aren't used for K-8 instruction this year due to the enrollment, but may have been used as a K-8 instruction during the past. And the next slide just shows that in a little bit more detail. So we're looking at an overall elementary school capacity of just under 18,000 seats. And that compares to our enrollment of just over 14,000 students with an overall utilization of just under 80%. So utilization compares the planning capacity of a building with the enrollment. And I'll note here that our planning capacity is really meant to be an ideal operating target. So ideally, schools should be, approaching 100% utilization. Our planning capacity is not the maximum number of students that could fit in the building, but rather an efficient and comfortable use of the building while providing all of those support services I showed on a previous slide. And so that delta between our planning capacity and our enrollment is our overall seat surplus of about 3,600 seats at the elementary level. The next slide just shows this in a little bit more graphical format. And again, as I noted before, ideally we want schools to be in the 80 to 100% utilization category, what we're calling well utilized and moderately well utilized. And what this means is that all of your classrooms that could be used for grade level instruction are being used for grade level instruction. And you may have some headroom in those existing sections, but overall it supports efficient operations. We have currently 13 schools that are in those top two categories. And then moving down into our lower two categories, we have our underutilized schools. So these are schools between 70 and 80% utilized. These are schools that have smaller class sizes, or they may have some flex classrooms that have historically been used for grade level instruction, but are not being used for that due to enrollment. And then our last categories are very underutilized schools. So these are schools that are less than 70% utilized, including several that are under 60% utilized. And so these are schools, again, that have smaller class sizes or lots of space that, again, could be used for grade level instruction, but is not currently being used for that purpose due to enrollment. And when we look forward over the next 5 years, when we apply our projected enrollment, we see additional schools moving into that very underutilized category. So today we have 7 schools in that very underutilized category. over the next 5 years, we're expecting that to grow to 10 schools. So that, again, illustrates just the amount of space within the system and will, again, inform our next phase of work. And while the elementary schools have space in their buildings, that the same story can't be said necessarily for the high school. We know this is an area where we've seen growing enrollment, and enrollment today is higher than it has been in the recent past. And again, we prepared school-specific projections under a status quo. And there's a couple important caveats that I'll just touch on briefly. So we are including BMA, the Bridgeport Military Academy, that program to align with the enrollment target in the EDGE spec for the new BASIC, which is 250 students. So we are assuming a decrease in the size of that program just based on the available space within the new building. And then we're also anticipating a continuation of status quo at Fairchild Wheeler. And that is a school where we've seen some decreasing enrollment due to a declining suburban enrollment, which in turn decreases the number of seats open to Bridgeport resident students. So this projection here is showing a continuation of status quo trends. But again, this is something that we can explore as part of that next phase of work. How can we better utilize space at Fairchild Wheeler? What are the different options at our disposal for better utilizing that space? And then similarly, that drives more students into your comprehensive high schools. And so what we see here is that when we apply our capacities for the high schools, Central and Harding, based on their planning capacity, are operating at or above the planning capacity. High schools are a little bit different than elementary schools because capacity is driven by schedule. And there are opportunities to increase the capacity of a high school building simply by scheduling it more intensely. Typically, teachers are going to be in their room during their planning period, but we know several of your high schools have been designed with kind of collaborative spaces that let teachers move out of their rooms during those periods, and then they could be used for additional grade level instruction. So again, something we'll look at as part of that master planning phase. But what sticks out here is Fairchild Wheeler, which is only 70% utilized based on our enrollment this year. So about 400 students below the design capacity. And as I noted before, this is largely due to the need to maintain 30% suburban students. And as demand from suburban students decreases, that decreases opportunities for Bridgeport resident students. So if we apply that same projected utilization going forward, again, this illustrates some of those challenges that I've discussed previously. So starting next year, we're using the design capacity of the new BASIC High School and then combining enrollment from the current BASIC as well as Bridgeport Military Academy. And so we're anticipating that building to open up slightly above the design capacity. And in addition, we're anticipating both Central and Harding to continue to operate either at or slightly above that planning capacity or design capacity. And again, this is largely due to the lack of the inability to use that space at Fairchild Wheeler. So if we look at district-wide, the high school is going to be about 90% utilized, but you don't necessarily have access to all of those seats at Fairchild Wheeler without maintaining that 30% suburban student enrollment. I'll pass to Pam to talk about facilities.
Thank you so much. Okay, what we would like to do is give you a high-level review of what our scope was, so you have an understanding of what our goal was. So ultimately, independent architects, mechanical and electrical engineers walked through each of your buildings and took a high-level review of all the major building systems and equipment. And their purpose was to identify any major corrective actions, or whether it was replace, repair, or renew things that would need work. So identifying corrective actions over the next 10 years. They were looking for things that were, again, could be any major building system or component. It's not intended to necessarily develop a maintenance list like a work order system. It's looking at what are the projected capital expenditures you could look at based off of how a piece of equipment or system is currently functioning. So 10 years was the window of time, and the building as a whole is what we were looking at. It's important to note that we were looking at the existing space conditions, okay? So Mike and Pat have been talking about different things related to the program and things that might need to be adjusted as far as space use. That's not what our role was. Our role is just to simply look at the existing building, how it's being utilized, and what those conditions are. We also looked at accessibility. So if a major renovation was to happen at a particular building, we looked at and identified what were some accessibility related corrective actions that may need to take place in order to make that compliant. Across the scope, we had 37 buildings that we visited that are listed there by category, which equated to just over 3.5 million square feet. We did go through a pretty developed standards session. This gives us a framework to make sure everybody that's in the field, plus all those on this side within the district, had an understanding of what we were looking at. And importantly, we develop cost estimates based off of what we see that are standardized. And then we use that information to push out findings and analysis that ultimately support the development of that master plan. Okay, next slide. To date, we have completed all of the walkthroughs that were conducted through July and October of this year for all facilities with all team members. We have developed all of the individual unit costs for each of the corrective actions identified, and they are built in a manner where it's projected based off of the local dollars, so a city cost index that's reflective of Bridgeport, but that also takes into consideration some other soft costs that would occur if you were to put something out to bid. We have issued draft reports that have been reviewed by the district, and we're still in the process of going through and doing some of that data QA, but what you're seeing on the screen is a sample of one of the detailed reports. We do get down into the weeds. The data is organized, but it is presented in a way where past this project, it is information that's released and to the district to be able to use it to help better manage and do operations. So it's something that should live on well beyond the course of this project. Next page. Perfect. All right, so moving forward with those physical on-site field assessments complete, the next thing that we really have to do, a major item, is we are going to review what we call the soft cost model to make sure that there aren't any other tweaks or things that are unique to Bridgeport as far as what we have proposed and what's currently in the drafts, so that we can capture those costs and make sure that that is real. And then ultimately, once we know that that's locked in, we'll finalize our data. We did want to give you an understanding of where we are right now, and this is just preliminary. Again, we are going through and finalizing our data QA, but we wanted to at least give you a sense of what the data looks like. The top chart on the right side of the slide is 10-year forecast by priority. Now, we're only showing those priorities in two categories, years 0 through 5, and then years 6 through 10. But in our data, we actually will break that down into 4 categories. So we have the ability to look at it at a little finer granularity. But big picture, we do have what we would consider a low range and high range that gives some room based off of what the projects might be for complexity. That might be specific to one and not to another. So that's for planning purposes. But what you do see on the top line, years 0 to 5, of district-wide across the next, everything that's been looked at in the years 0 to 5, 83% of the need is identified for recommended corrective actions based off of good architectural and engineering experience and what we see and do in the field. You have a lot of need that's sitting in upfront, right? And then years 6 through 10, it's significantly different. So that's one way that we look at the data. We don't just look at it district-wide. We will look at these things also at a building by building level in the same way that we're looking at capacity and programmatic needs. We break the needs down this way as well. The second approach is the one chart on the bottom, where we look at things based off of the 8 major building systems. And this helps us understand at either a building level or district-wide where those greatest needs are. And if I was just to look at it based off of today, right? So these will shift a little, but from what we see, 31% of the costs that are projected right now across 10 years are targeted towards interior architecture. So interior finishes, interior construction, that's your interior doors, that's walls, floors, ceilings, right? Right behind it is mechanical systems at 28%. So this helps at a district level, it helps you understand where your needs are big picture. But once we look at this on a building by building basis, it also helps you understand when you're looking at it both the priority and then as well systems. It helps you look to see where does that spread out over time and how do we use that to strategically make decisions moving forward. And that really speaks to the last bullet. You know, this again is just one piece of the pie when you're looking at building a master plan. So you marry existing conditions and the state of the current building, right? With the capacity and utilization and those numbers, and you kind of across a matrix look at those things, and they all becomes very critical components to developing and strategizing on your master plan. There you go.
Thank you, Pam. So that was pretty much a big summary of what we've gotten done to date, and what we have is kind of our framework of our discovery phase and our needs assessments all ready to go to be able to springboard off into that next step. As Pat and Pam mentioned, we have across the board identified several needs. About 17 elementary schools are either underutilized or very underutilized. We have 7 that are well utilized. These are primarily our magnet schools with a projected decrease of about 300 elementary students over the next 10 years. We know we're going to gain space there. Pat provided a little snippet of what the next 5 years looks like. With the high schools themselves, we know the comprehensive high schools are well utilized. How better to be able to strategize around leveraging that underutilized space at Fairchild Wheeler to be able to provide some relief across the board to the comprehensive high schools will be an important strategy. And anytime you have buildings of different vintages, varying age and conditions, you really need to be able to take a look at those and see how best they really align with the educational models, as well as with the investments that are necessary to be able to put in those. That all gets into that master planning strategy phase. And, even though it's preliminary and we just looked at it district-wide and we looked at the big picture for the capital improvement needs, between that and capital renewal, we're anywhere between 560 to 590 million in the next 5 years. Working our way through how to be able to look at a strategic manner to be able to address these items is going to be one of the key components of that master planning process. And, as I mentioned, it's got to be both near term and it's got to be long term. So there's items that you're going to be able to address through year by year construction, and there's going to be other more aspirational items that are going to be in there to be able to help shape Bridgeport, move Bridgeport ahead for the future, as well as being able to align with what those financial expectations are for the district itself. So, as we get into the next steps, really rolling up our sleeves, getting into that master planning, have continued coordination on that as we look to wrap up the assessment work, collaboration with the board, city, and the community. We see that window of February and March being the time where we're going to be able to have discussion around what those preferred options look like. We still have work to do, especially with the finalization of the facility condition assessment. So as those get done, we'll have all of our assessment and discovery work completed, and are looking to be able to get that final master plan out in the springtime to be able to use for the district to help put what that framework looks like going forward and what that roadmap looks like going forward. So I think one of the main things we do want to hear from those that are in the audience and watching it on the video is that there's different opportunities along the way. This is our first time giving an update at all on this process. We've been at work for several months. We've done a lot of analysis. We've done a lot of findings, giving a high-level summary of the information out there. We want to take this as an opportunity through thought exchange to be able to get some input from the public as a whole. So you'll see the link in the QR up on the screen. This will also be provided as a PDF, so don't feel like you need to be able to snip it or snap it now. Just being able to pop in, it'll take less than 5 minutes to be able to give us some input. It'll be part of that initial input, and then you'll be able to follow us along with the remainder of the master planning process. We're excited to be able to get that input, and we're excited to be able to keep moving forward as we move into that master planning phase, which is really kind of the fun part of the overall process. With that, I'll turn it over to the board. If there's any questions on anything that we presented tonight, we're happy to be able to address those.
We're going to Mrs. Kolovik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions. First question has to do with the near-term planning and long-term planning option evaluation. What's the projected timeline on getting that? That's like 10% so far.
Since both of those options go hand in hand, anything you do in the short term is going to have an impact in the long term. We're really looking at that development happening really between now through January to be able to get out there in February and start to get some input on what the preferred option is going to be looking like. So it's really a process of putting together a bunch of different options, see what those pros and cons are, how they align with the guiding criteria, how they align with the larger objectives. So, that work is underway now. We're just finalizing the FCAs to be able to use them at the individual school level, really getting into that more specific planning. So I think the simple answer is that's underway, and we'll be having option development throughout the month of January into February.
Okay, another question. I see 24-25 school year seems to be the highest, and then we're declining in enrollment. How is these numbers arrived at? Because our city's going to be opening a couple of new housing projects, and our downtown is kind of growing a little. Was that taken into consideration, or are you just looking at historical trends?
No, we've tracked down what we'll call the housing pipeline. So in our larger, more detailed report, we've tracked down housing development that's in the planning approval as well as construction phase, looking at what potential student generation looks like coming out of that. So that gets built into it. We also do look at historical trends, but really kind of one of the keys is housing. It's a big driver, especially new development. So that gets included in that 10-year projection.
Thank you. And this next one, I think, is going to be a hybrid question between yourself and our facilities team. The last update we got on enrollment versus capacity shows an approximately 7,000 underutilization, and this is showing approximately 3,740 counted. That. Where's the disconnect? Am I misstating any of the numbers?
We're showing about 3,600 surplus of seats at the elementary level. Let me do some quick math at the high school level. I believe that between our planning capacity and our enrollment's about 1,100. So what would that be? About 4,700 is what we're showing.
4,700 deficit in total?
Surplus in total.
Surplus, okay. I saw
Yes.
All right, so 4,700. Now, the last one we got like, it's probably about a 3,000 seat. What's the difference between our projections, our historical projections, and the projections you came up with? Is there different criteria you looked at than that we were looking at? If so, please explain.
I think probably the difference is, and I don't know if it's projections that you're looking for, or just capacity maybe. Where available, we're using design capacity, so those numbers are very similar. Where it may deviate a little bit is how we're tallying up full-size classrooms and reserving rooms that are full-size classrooms but are not loaded to your instructional level that you have at the grade level. So we built a space program. I'm not sure if that was done as part of the prior capacity work where we're allocating appropriate resource rooms, intervention spaces and support spaces into each building to be able to support the enrollment there. So that could be a slight difference versus saying every single full-size classroom can be used for grade level instruction. That's not the approach we take. We take more of a approach around the education happening within the buildings themselves. Without getting into the details of that past work, that's probably the best explanation I can give right now on what those differences may be.
Yeah, so Mr. Sokolovic, I think I could answer that for you. So for us, when we look at capacity, which is a little different, we take the EdSpec and we just look at the general numbers. So whatever that EdSpec number says, for instance, if it says 750 children, we're not looking at classrooms or classroom capacity or how many special ed students. What we're saying is this building says 750 students and we only have 400 at this point, then that end number that we're left with, that's what we have from a capacity standpoint. When we're speaking of Fairchild Wheeler, each building was 500. So when we look at that, we're just saying 500. We're not talking about classrooms or any existing space. That 500, when we look at and we say, wow, we only have 1,100. We're just, in the district's math, it's just we have space for 400. The reality is, can we fit the 400 into classrooms? Most of the time, the answer is yes. But when you start bringing in special ed programs, when you start bringing in other programs inside of there, those class sizes go down. So that capacity level now is not really that capacity level that you have anymore, because for a special ed class, whether you have 10 kids, well, the class is big enough for 29, but we can only have 10 children in that classroom, which kind of brings that down. So the numbers are going to skew a little bit, but I think from them, they're looking at, from their study, every single classroom, space, sizes, what programs are in the classroom, whether it be a bilingual, whether it be special ed, what type of special ed, and that's the methodology that they're taking based on their projections.
Right. Thank you. That's very clarifying. And this information is going to be definitely important going forward, because going from a thought process that had us with about 7,000 empty seats to one that only has 3,700, it's going to basically inform our moving the schools around, moving whatever around. And we got to keep that in mind, that we don't have as many seats, because seeing the 7,000 empty seats over time is like, for years and years, it was 6,000, 7,000 in my head anyway. It's like, look at all this space we got using, we could possibly contract. So maybe now the thought process got to be, we don't have to contract as much because we really don't have as much space as we thought we did.
Right. And I think for us, we have asked MP Planning to also look at it from a quadrant perspective. So the north, the south, the east, the west, and take a look at where those programs are. Where are they sitting? Are they positioned into areas where we don't have to take a bus from one side of town all the way to the other side of town? A lot of how classes used to be, I mean, George and I, we try to make it more of a science now on where children are going. But if there was open space and there was a program, they'd say, oh, we want that. And it didn't matter if a child had to travel, all the way from the north end to the west end. It was, we have a classroom and that's where we're going. I think with the study, it's going to be able to show you where these programs are, where they lie right now, and what we can do from a position of moving them, where we really need to transition these programs so that they are in neighborhoods now. They're in schools where parents and students alike can go to those programs rather than busing them all the way across town to be able to do things. So strategically, we're really looking at the map to give you guys, a breakdown of where the bilingual programs are, where our special ed programs are. There's been a lot of work inside to be able to give MP Planning a breakdown of all those programs. So when the initial plan comes out and when they start bringing it out, some of those things in the plan, they're all going to be out for you to kind of take a look at and dissect and really look at where we are, where those programs lie, and possibly where we could move them to make it a little bit better, not only for the schools, but a little bit parent perspective to be able to get to those programs rather than busing them across town.
Thank you. Mr. Traber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on what I understood Mr. Sakalovic to be asking, and it was a question in the presentation that I was curious about. I think I need to have a greater understanding, and I'm hoping after the holidays that we're going to hear more about why the projections are that we'll be declining in student population, because I'm not quite clear as to why you predict those declines. And I'm sure that you're quite competent in your professions, but I'm sort of concerned about why we think the student populations will be declining. I can think of a lot of different reasons it might be the case, some of which worry me, and some of which worry me for bad reasons. And I'll give you a couple of examples in discussions I've had recently with different people who are concerned about the health and welfare of our community. Are we losing students because of the health and condition of our schools? Are we losing students because of the unaffordability of our housing? Are we losing students because of the inability of people to find decent, affordable housing? Are we losing students? You know, there's a variety of things going on in this community over the immediate next 3 to 5 years, and certainly over the next 5 to 10 years. So I'd like to have a deeper conversation on this projection that you've just put out there as to why we think we're going to be losing students. And then as you did that, and as PJ just made reference to, where we see that happening within the city and the neighborhoods in the city. I didn't catch in your presentation that the magnet schools seem to have suffered less than the neighborhood schools. So I'm curious about how that is. I know that we originally used to only have 3 magnet schools. Now we have more magnet schools, and I'm curious about how that has affected it. I know other cities and communities in Connecticut over the last 30 years, 35 years, went in a different direction than Bridgeport in the 90s with creating more magnet schools throughout their cities in an effort to offset some of that educational direction. So I just think that I'd like to spend more time hearing what your educational standards were of best practice and where you see us going with those best practices. I also wanted to follow up with what PJ said about this notion of a blank building versus programs in the building, capacity versus what the reality is in the building. Having walked in the last week or two into a classroom where there were no students for a while, and then the classroom filled up with 5 or 10 students because it was a specialized classroom. And so it was being used for different purposes in that building. So I think we need to look at what programs we have as we look at that, and not just and I'm sure you did take that into account in projections and planning. And so we do need to look at that. And I know that PJ has talked about it in his presentations to us in the past, as we look at what we're offering throughout the city to maximize programs we're offering our populations throughout the city. I think that's all I want to leave it at right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation. We will be having further meetings of this in the, Mr. Benahan, you have a question? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking and reading everything you present us, I don't see Bridgeport Learning Center. And They have all schools, but I don't see BLC, so I just want to know the reason, please.
Sure, so I could touch on that. So we do have that school, we did a space inventory, we have a number there. Given the specialized nature of the programs there, they didn't fit well within the kind of neat capacity buckets that we had for the elementary and high school. But we'll certainly be including BLC. We can issue a follow-up with that building, and certainly we'll be looking at them as part of our master plan.
Okay, thank you. No more question, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I can make a comment.
Good.
Through the chair. So as we continue to work on this plan, you know, it's a plan that's evolving as we move through time here. We are looking at the options that are coming out of this plan. So there will be a couple things that we'd love to bring to facilities sooner than later. There's some concepts on what we think we can do to fill the gap in some areas throughout the city. There's potential sites that we'd like to discuss with the board that we think that the delegation can take to the state that may have a good effect on what it is that we're doing here, educating these youngsters in Bridgeport, the potential of bringing dollars back into the district, sort of consolidating some things to sort of eliminate the gap in education based on old buildings versus new buildings. So just wanted to put that out there that we're hopeful to have a facilities committee meeting soon, so we can sort of present that to the board and potentially get this data out to the delegation, because I know that their session is going to be starting up. And as we all know, with the fiscal outlook, we have to look at every single angle and provide every bit of detail. And now that we have data to drive that, I think now's the time. Got the date on my calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. With that said, we are going to move on to the next item. Thank you for presenting, and we look forward to hearing more about it. Oh, Miss.
I had a question.
I have one question. Ms. Casimir?
Yes, very quickly. I just wanted to address the decline in enrollment. I know part of it, not all of it, but part of it is the OBGYN departments at the hospitals around the state are reporting that births are a lot lower than they have ever been in years. People are just not having babies like they have been having. So I just wanted to mention that. That's all.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We look forward to hearing more from MMP. All righty. The next item on the agenda is the discussion and possible action on the budget gap closing measures. Who's going to do? Dr. Avery. Oops, sorry, Dr. Avery.
Good evening,
Nope,
board.
go ahead.
I want to provide an update on a couple of the slides that I presented to you last Wednesday. I wanted to kind of go through a couple of those. If I can get the presentation posted, you don't mind? Let's go to.
The last week.
It's the last week. I do have a copy of the presentation if you need it.
Online, the packet is in the portal from the last special meeting.
Presentation mode, please. It's the same. I have a couple of updated slides I'm going to present on the PowerPoint. If I can get your attention to the phase 2, just the overview of the personnel and structure. I just want to kind of remind the audience the focus of how we provided this proposal is really to kind of look at the hiring since 2020 with the focus of the additional hires of August 2023, really looking at restructuring of central office, kind of working through that piece of it, labor contract, both teacher and administrative contracts, and just really looking at the financial ramification of this particular proposal. I want to also emphasize, one of the changes in the Wednesday proposal, I recommended 2 executive level positions to be eliminated after consideration and looking at the need of some of the possibility of like reducing assistant principals, providing additional support for these principals by only eliminating 1 of those positions. So I wanted to kind of make that note known. So moving from reducing 2 executive school leaderships to only 1 of them. So when you look at, I kind of restructured this proposed organizational chart as well, just to kind of show how that one executive director of school leadership will support all 3 levels of principals. Still the same, assistant superintendent model with principals, but then the executive director of school leadership will be able to support all 3 levels or all 2 levels of principals as well. Again, also, if you look at this particular slide, I wanted to emphasize that I also reduced the number of executive directors for school leadership. That's moving from 2 to 1 at the top of the screen there. Also, if you go down to the district supervisors of specialized services, it should be highlighted. We're moving from having 4 reductions on Wednesday to only 2. I think the discussion that we had was really trying to get away from reducing the special education division any more than what we did. And so, it's taking out 4 supervisors from special education. We're only going to be taking out 2 supervisors. And also keeping the special education ombudsman and keeping that on the table because this person, really looks at working with parents that may not necessarily have the means to advocate. And we want to make sure we put that back into play so that the district can also utilize that. So if you go back to this page, the reduction of the amount of money that we're going to save reduces down to about $9,926,446. So those are the only changes in the proposal. And so at this point, but remember we talked about moving phase 3 and phase 4 back to the board committee for discussion and consideration to really kind of help the school leadership to be able to decide on these specific, cost saving measures, especially when it comes to phase 4, because we're talking about the facility and master plan study we just completed. Those options also falls in 4. In addition to that, we also talked about other options to consider. So if the board will entertain the phase 1 proposal that I provided you this evening for consideration for elimination, phase 2 and 3 of that plan that talks about the maintenance group and the social work group that impacts campuses to take those back to committee as well. So tonight, my only ask is to kind of consider the phase 1, which is this phase here for consideration for tonight. The other 2 phases, we can move it back to the committee for the further discussion, along with 3 and 4. And at this time, I'll take questions.
Can I just ask, it's about under 10 million in this proposed tier 1 reductions. In the phases 2, 3, and 4, do you project that there will be 28 million, or are we gonna cut 10 million and then really, because we have the 38 million deficit, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Now ask the question again.
So in the additional tiers, do you think we'll find 28 million in cuts, and how will that be effective?
Realistically, I don't think we're going to be able to, from those 2 additional options phase 3 and phase 4. Okay. I got you. Definitely understand you.
Well,
So option 1 is for tonight. Option 2 and 3 is this proposed here. This almost $10 million. That is, and I call them tiers. My apologies for that. That is a little bit confusing. Yeah, the options 1, 2, and 3. Yes, that's the total between, you got the academic and student support staff, the operational support staff, and then you have the most of central office staff. Those 3 options will save the district approximately, almost $10 million. Now, we won't see all $10 million. Nestor, you want to come up? This first phase, right out of the box, because of the bumping rights for contractual, for teachers and administrators, we won't see all those savings all at one time.
Go ahead.
So just to address the bumping rights, I know there's been some confusion on that. What happens is, due to the collective bargaining agreements for, say, the assistant principal position, if there's an assistant principal who is, if we do have a reduction in force and they are eliminated from that position, they will move to a vacant teaching position where there's probably a long-term sub or a substitute in, or if they have seniority, they'll be able to bump a teacher in their certification. Now, the proposal we have, there's not a lot of seniority in these assistant principals, so there's not going to be a lot of bumping going on. It would more or less go to open vacant positions. Now, if they go to the open vacant position, they get their current salary minus $1,000. So the initial savings is not a big number because you're basically paying the whole salary just minus $1,000. You do get some, supplemental savings on, you're not paying a substitute for that class. But as far as the big savings in year 1, that won't come from the layoffs due to bumping.
Okay. Good. Go ahead. Okay. Like I said earlier the other day, the only tangible savings that you can harness within the 6 months, assuming this plan is executed within 6 months before the fiscal year ends, it's only the clerical that you're gonna gain, I think it's which is tier 3, 1.1 million. Is it 1.1? Tier 3 is 1.8 million. You're gonna lose about $500,000 between unemployment and supporting them with their COBRA rate. COBRA rate is the insurance that we have to maintain when somebody exits employment. By law, if they choose to, we have to maintain their COBRA rate. They will co-pay, but we still be carrying the main cost of insurance. So when you net about $500,000 between unemployment and COBRA rate, you're only going to gain $1 million in 6 months. The teachers are just basically trickling down to positions. So you're really not gaining anything. They're just filling vacancies, the principal I'm saying. Filling vacancies. You're going to gain small money from the substitute that, long-term substitutes or substitutes that they're filling their slots, and substitutes are paid at a very much lower rate. So for this year, for all practical purpose, the 9.9 that you're seeing there, you'll be lucky if you get $2 million in 6 months on a net savings basis when you discount all the variables. The only time you'll really get to see the 9.9 is next fiscal year, next budget year. So where that leaves us today is that the deficit we started with, it started with $38 million. Then we're going to get $6 million credit, $6.5 million credit from grants. That brings you down to $32 million deficit. I propose taking $14 million out of the internal service fund to reduce that $32 million. Then 12 million, 6 million is going to come from these cuts. But that 6 million is only basically coming down to 2 million because of the timing. So 4 million out of that 6 million that was put in the gap closing measure does not exist. What it means, we have to dip more into the internal service fund to make up that 4 million that doesn't exist this year, thereby creating a deeper $4 million hole next year. Deficit next year. So whatever we don't do today, whatever we don't gain today, we're robbing today to pay tomorrow. That's pretty much in a nutshell. Basically compounding our problems. And time is money. When I mean time is money, every week that goes by, we're losing money by not implementing this program. Time is of essence. We have to move fast. Now let's not forget, in the plan that I proposed to close the gap this year, there's a hanging fruit of $7.8 million gap still remaining that was not closed. It's hanging in there. Now we're losing the numbers that we assumed was going to materialize. So all in all, we're creating $8 million plus $4 million. You're basically deferring $12 million deficit into next year. That's what we're doing, compounding it a lot more, which is very, very dangerous and very unmanageable, to be very honest with everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Sokolovic?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're about to embark on the most important thing we do as a board. It's basically one of our three things that we need to do as a board. We need to really consider all these positions as a whole. I'm looking at the proposed staff reductions. I know there's going to be back and forth on a lot of these. I think the cleanest way to do this is for me to make a motion to consider these cuts line by line and vote on them line by line. This way anybody could ask questions about them and we could tick them off one by one rather than have a whole long drawn out conversation with edits and amendments. It may take a little time, but the people whose jobs who may not be here anymore deserve the benefit of that time. So I move to.
Can I answer prior to that? Can we ask general questions and then can we have the motion? Like if
we could still ask the questions.
Okay. So seconded by Mr. Traber. Any discussion on the motion to go line by line? Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Line by line with regards to all the phases?
The proposed staff reduction phase.
Phase one.
Phase one. Tier one. Tier one.
My hand wasn't up for that, but I think there's a plethora of questions to ask regarding all the phases that I'd rather ask the questions now, and then if we have to go line by line, do so.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I would just like to say this does not forestall any of the questionings we have on plan on, phase 2, 3, or 4. Tier 2, 3, or 4. Thank you, Mr. Traber. Those should be dealt with in a separate motion because all Dr. Avery asking is for tonight is a decision on tier 1. And then we could send the rest back to the committee. We could do it through a separate motion or what have you, but it will be thoroughly discussed as well later in the future, I believe.
Any other discussion on the motion? And we'll get to the questions, but let's do the motion first. Ms. Baptiste Perez, are you raising your hand for the motion?
Yeah, nothing's been presented by the full board as to we're only going to vote tonight on phase 1. That was only a suggestion from Dr. Avery. So right now, is just to go line by line with each role for phase one, although the board hasn't approved that we're only going to make a decision on phase one.
Correct. Is there any other is there any other discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Casimir.
I think I just wanted to get clarification, because if I read this right, in chapter 10, section 151 of the state statute, it talks about when you lay off, like, and again, I'm sorry if I'm not saying this right, the right words, but if you lay off people in academics, like there's a law that says that those cut positions, like you can't fill them for one whole year, if I'm reading it right. And if somebody else knows what I'm talking about, chapter 10, section 151 of the state statute, please help me out. But if you, we have to operate without those cut positions for 1 year. And I believe it's anybody in academics. And I just wanted to get some clarification on that for somebody who knows more about this than I do. Please, if you could help me out.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, so I don't know exactly what 10151 says with regards to that, but typically when you have a layoff, there's a recall list. So if that position comes back available, you have to make it available to the person that you laid it off. And that's pretty much standard for all layoffs. So I don't know exactly what 10151 says, but with regards to layoffs, we will have to do a recall list. And if these positions open back up or we do put them back onto the budget, we would have to give the person that was removed from that position the first right to take it back. If that answers your question.
Right, it does, but you can't give that person a position back for 1 year though, according to the statute, right?
I'm not sure about that. I'd have to do some research into that.
Okay, yeah. So let's find that out for sure. But I just wanted to get that, for somebody to somebody else who knows more about it than me. Thank you.
All right, Miss, this is a vote for the motion now. Is that what you want? Are you have a debate for the motion?
Point of personal privilege, I can't hear him and we're on a live meeting, so can you turn his mic on?
Go ahead.
I thought that we were going to have a general discussion, come back to the motion later. I'm happy to vote on the motion now. Either way, I had my hand up for general questions. I thought we were having discussion on this. And so since we were entertaining general questions, I wanted to get to my general questions. So I go either way you prefer, Madam Chair.
All right, let's take the vote then. Ms. Casimir, do you have your hand raised still, or is it from the last time? Okay.
I'm sorry, that's from the last time. I'll take it down.
Gotcha. Let's take the vote.
Call, please.
The roll
Roll
call.
call.
Yep, we have the roll call.
Yeah. Just because it's easier to know what we're voting on.
The vote is for line by line, going through the list line by line, the proposed staff reductions page, line by line. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. Dr. Bain?
Yeah.
Ms. Christine Baptiste Perez?
No, because we shouldn't be restricted to phase one, given especially public comment, how these roles have direct impact on the classroom.
Ms. Akisha Casimir?
Pass.
Mr. William Medina?
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez?
Pass.
Mr. Joseph Sokolow?
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver?
I vote yes because it makes this discussion simpler. We can still vote and decide on the other areas.
Mr. Woodson? Going back to Ms. Akisha Casimir?
No.
Ms. Jennifer Perez?
Oh, yes.
And myself, yes.
So
Say
general
3.
question, it passes 6-3, so we'll ask general questions now. Go ahead, Mr. Woodson was next, and then,
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Nkwo. Now, where do you think, if we wanted to save money, where do you think is the best way where we could, where do you think we should start to get the best bang for our buck? We wanted to save money tomorrow.
Through Madam Chair, the best way to get the bang for your money is to implement the proposed gap closing measure. That's where you get the bang for your money, fully and not partially.
he said to implement the measures.
But I heard you say in a previous meeting that if we, if we have better control of our teacher to student ratios in the classroom, you said if we, we get in K through 8, we get 1 teacher to 29 students, right?
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
And in high school, we get 1 teacher to 24 students, right?
Okay.
So if we, consolidated, we had maximized the classroom. Every teacher had 29 and 24 students.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that's the best way to save money?
Again, to implement that, you're 6 months or half of the school year. So whatever savings you're thinking of, if you consolidate or try to consolidate classes, you have to really know the population of the students in each class and see which ones to consolidate. The teachers that you're going to be reassigning is basically going to be filling spots. You're really not laying them off. Again, it's a triple.
We don't want to lay people off.
I know, but what I'm saying is it's a triple effect. The best you can get out of it is if you consolidate the classes, the best you can get out of it is the paraprofessionals or the long-term substitutes, which are less paid. And the 6-month savings on them is not a whole lot. It's still not going to close the $7.8 million gap this year that still has not been touched.
Mm-hmm.
It's nowhere close.
Okay, so
nowhere close.
What if we have, you said if we have like 15 students in a class,
okay,
and we have 1 teacher, we're not benefiting, the district is not maximizing this dollar, right?
That's correct.
So why wouldn't we push for that?
That is where, again, if you look at the gap closing measures that was put out there, the $3.5 million was factored in for operational freeze and reassignment of other programs. We haven't even talked about it. We're caught up or stuck up on $6 million and projected savings for personnel alone. There are like 3 components that will close the gap. We have a $32 million gap, and it's tiered up in 3 different ways. $3.5 million was earmarked for operational savings and program rearrangement. $6 million was earmarked for personnel savings. $14 million was earmarked to be taken out of the internal service fund. With all those 3 components I just broke down, $3.5 million operational savings, all these things have to happen in 6 months. $14 million has to be taken from the internal service fund. $6 million has to be saved by personnel realignment. You still have $7.8 million gap that we have not even touched to close the gap this year. Now we've dwindled down in the $6 million. We're down to, by the time the board is done, we're down to maybe $2 million savings out of the $6 million in 6 months. We just kicked the bucket down of $4 million from this year to next year.
Okay, so
we're going around in circles. Let me be very blunt and honest with everyone. We're just going around in circles.
if we close schools and move teachers, that
We
would, that,
can't close, oh, sorry, Madam Chair. It's too, with all due respect, I don't think it's feasible to close schools, middle of the school. The time is not ideal.
no, of course, we cannot close a school in the middle of this, when then train, of course. But I'm just saying, if we want to see money saved, we don't want to see money saved 3 years from now. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference, but does it make a difference when we're saving money 3 years from now than saving money that we could be saving tomorrow?
We're talking about today.
I know.
And again, the board can do whatever they want, but all I'm saying is whatever actions that's taken, we're just kicking the can down next year.
What do you suggest is the best way to save money? You're the financial expert.
I'm just repeating myself, but I will. Again, the board should adopt the plan, the 3-tier plan, the way it's been presented. We will, yes.
But he still said, $6 million is really $2 million that we'll be saving.
But at least we have to start somewhere to get there. I mean, we're nibbling on the $2 million to get straight to the point. Board is here trying to nibble on that $2 million that's left by going line by line and taking things out. Whatever they take out, they're impacting that $2 million. That's what I'm saying. We're going in circles. Yeah.
Any more questions, Ms. Woodson? Ms. Bain?
No, never mind. It's okay. That was my question. Well, I just want to say this. How you said we keep going around in circles. How do we, is this first tier and phase 1 is going to keep us from going around in circles? Or is it the first step to come out of circles?
It's going to help and not compound the problem less.
Okay. All right. That's what I needed to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back and forth between online and in person. So I'm going to go with Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Thank you. I want to first start off that we were told we were going to have more than one option, and we really haven't. We've only been presented with one. I wrote down a question because I heard something from Dominic, and I know that's regarding the directors. And if they were to go back into the classroom, they would. We would only see like a $1,000 reduction in their salary, but our executive directors are making $120,000 to anywhere between $120,000 to $170,000. So what's being proposed is teachers making $119,000 to $169,000. My follow-up question is, I'm under the impression that the second year is only a reduction of $2,000. So we're not really looking at minimizing or making any savings within 2 years. Is that correct?
Thank you. No, the second year for anybody in the BCAS union, it would be the difference of 25% between what they were getting paid, what their teacher salary would be. It'd be 25% of the difference. So it wouldn't just be $1,000. It would be 25% of the difference between what they were getting paid as a administrator, what they would qualify for the teacher salary, whatever scale that they were on, they would get 25% minus the difference.
All right. My next question is really, what are the goals for the district? And without taking into consideration, what I was under the impression is that we have a 24-month instructional priorities. I want to understand how these cuts will help with building teacher capacity, building culturally responsive instructions, and guaranteeing Tier 1 instruction in the classroom.
I think one of the things, Ms. Baptiste Perez, that we talked about is that really trying to have a good start, and every position that we're considering and every position that we will consider in the future is going to have an impact, either positive or negative, on student outcomes. But we have to start somewhere, and so again, this is a proposal, and me and my staff are at the will of the board. Whatever the board wants to take off this list and put it back into play, we're very happy to do that. So but it's going to limit what the savings is going to be. So we're open for discussion, and I think that's why we're having this discussion. And so if there is not a clear perspective on this, let's push it back to committee. Let's go back to the board, let you guys figure out what that's going to be. But in my professional opinion, of school leadership, superintendency, this proposal is my best, opportunity for the board to get in the right direction. And again, I'm open to suggestions. I can't.
No, I understand that part, Dr. Avery. I want to go back to just asking some more questions at this time.
That's
Now,
fine. Can I move
right now,
clarification? Ms. Batiz Perez, I think you mentioned that these executive positions will go back into the classrooms and take a reduction, but some of these positions are non-union positions. So these would be cuts.
oh yeah, I understand that.
I just want to make clarification for the audience. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so we don't have a performance arts program in our high schools. So my question, and also in Connecticut, fine arts falls under the humanities. So I'm not understanding why there wasn't a proposal to cut the director of visual arts and performances, since our literacy directors would be able, because they're under humanities, to to absorb that role and responsibility. So I don't think there's been enough of consideration in terms of the roles of our directors, especially given that they're part of the humanities. Wouldn't that be fair to say? It's fine. I think it's pretty fair. Also, our directors of literacy and our directors of math, they're right now writing the curriculum. And so, in terms of looking at departments that's not being fully utilized and where we can see overlap, I still don't understand why we're going to make a cut for our literacy directors, our math directors, when there's areas where they can absorb, where we don't actually have the program available in our schools right now.
Well, like I said, we do have programs, and maybe they're not fully, vetted
If
out.
it's not for credit, I'm not talking about an after-school program. I'm talking about like actual credits. And then still, the literacy directors, they're under the that falls under
One
the
clarification, the high
humanities.
schools do have band and.
There's only one high school in the district with band. So you're talking about when you're looking at Fairchild, BMA, you're looking at Bassick, you're looking at Hardin, you're talking about one school only.
Two.
Okay, 2 schools, and then still it falls under the humanities.
Yeah. But I think for clarity, I think for when you talk about, the fine arts piece, there's all types of, fine arts opportunities for kids in the district. There's art, there's digital, art, there is, a number of different things. I can remember just a few months ago when we tried to get rid of the FAME program, and the families and districts, teachers across the district came out to petition against that, and previous
I'm
administration
not suggesting to
reinstated
get rid of that program. What I'm saying is that our directors who are writing the curriculum, that falls under the humanities. So why would we get rid of directors writing the curriculum that's responsible for K-8 literacy when they can absorb an additional role? So we get to keep our writers of our curriculum, and they'll be also taking on additional responsibilities with the arts. And that was something that I don't see on this chart being under consideration, is that, and thank you for sending over the organizational chart, but I'm not saying to cut the programs. What I'm saying is that our directors have multiple dual roles. Our directors are performing professional development. Our directors are writing the curriculum. When there's an issue in the curriculum, it's the teachers that are reaching out to the directors and saying, hey, there's a problem with the link. If we have one director, whether it's a director for math or a director for literacy, they're going to be responding anywhere from 500 to 700 teacher emails. So when I looked at the organizational chart and who's under it and what falls under Connecticut law in terms of, the humanities and just focusing on the humanities right now, that's an area that was not considered, that can be absorbed, and it keeps our directors and it may give the directors a little bit more work. But I think that's something reasonable that should be put under consideration.
And I appreciate that recommendation. I think that's important. But what we tried to do in this first round of cuts is to try to maintain at least one director in the 5 different areas. We looked at that to try to keep the district whole. There's going to be additional analysis of areas that we may need to look at and really prioritize to cut. So I will actually put that into consideration, into play as we look at additional rounds of cuts, to be able to look at all different aspects of programs, be it humanities, social studies, math, science, and ELA, to really streamline that a little bit. So I appreciate that clarity and what we need to be able to do, and I will rally the team around that.
I think that's critical. Also, I think it's critical for the board to know in terms of the directors where their expertise are. So, if we can't have one literacy director, and I'm just throwing this out as like a hypothetical, that's only responsible for literacy for the high school level. We provide, we need a literacy director for K through 8. And I don't know if this individual is saying a cut of one and leaving us with one literacy director is going to cover all that basis, let alone the workload. So that's why, again, going back to the overlap, I did want to point out something else too, now that we actually have all the organizational charts. I didn't realize any cuts to, human resources or the deputy human resource officer. That was another position that wasn't mentioned on this list. And again, I'm thinking about how the day-to-day impact on the school environment, and especially given the content that was expressed by the various letters we received in advocating for our assistant principals. There's definitely other offices that could be in consideration that's not presented here. I'm gonna go to my next question. Is what happens to employees that fall under a chief of a department if the chief position is being eliminated?
Are you referring to the chief academic officer, ma'am?
No, nope. I've moved on from for now, I've moved on from academics. So there's been a few chief positions mentioned, or directors mentioned, and then you say you're going to remove that role, but they're responsible for a team of individuals under them. And so what happens? Because that's not clear in your chart.
Let me get the organization chart up, and I'll see if I can explain for you. You're talking about this organizational chart?
Oh, you just provided that one today, and so I didn't really have a chance to look at it. But let's see. You're talking about so what I did is, with what the information you provided to us in terms of the current organizational chart that you provided on our last special meeting, can't remember the date right now, to the proposed organizational chart. One of the positions in the staff that you're listing or recommending that's cut. And so let me go back to the page. I believe is one of the roles is Director of Communications. Director of Communications is in charge of staff. what's happening to the staff if you're eliminating the director's role?
That position will be reporting to the Assistant Superintendent of Leaderships and Services. So there is a couple of individuals that's still in that staff, and that will be directly reporting to the Assistant Superintendent. It looks different on this chart that's on the screen right now, and it shows where that person reports to.
And actually, since we're looking at this chart, I'll ask a question that I had on my paper version. I have a question. The term Assistant Superintendent for Leadership and Services, that doesn't currently exist in our district. We have a Superintendent for Social Emotional Learning and Comprehensive Health and Student Affairs, but I don't even know who this Assistant Superintendent is. And then that leads to my follow-up question is, in your proposed organizational chart, you're talking about another Assistant Superintendent. Aren't you adding a role?
I'm changing the role, ma'am. I'm
So,
changing. You want some
but then
clarity?
you've already implemented a change currently.
No, I have not.
Well, no. I'm asking only because it says Assistant Superintendent of Leadership and Student Services. Is that different from the Social Emotional Learning and Comprehensive Health and Student Affairs?
It's the same one. It was,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's the same position.
Okay, that's what I needed clarification on, because the title's different, so that's where the confusion is. When you're talking about in the proposed one, you have Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction.
That's correct.
So that's another Assistant Superintendent.
Yes, that's a name change, ma'am.
Is a title change. Is there going to
Yes.
be an elevation in pay?
Absolutely not. Just more duties.
Okay. And now, let's see what I have. Well, Mr. Woodson already touched on this in terms of looking at classroom sizes, which it doesn't sound like it was done. So my question is, what's going on with teachers on assignments? Now we have vacancies in the district. I just need to understand why nothing was done with regards to teachers on assignment. And I want to understand why nothing was done in terms of looking in classroom sizes, because we have classrooms that are regular ed, as the way I'm going to phrase it. It's not a special education class, and yet we only have 5 students in the classroom.
With regard to the teachers on assignment, those specific individuals are assigned to different departments. We have 2 of those actually in human resources who take care of the team program for the state, and they're instrumental in going through and mentoring new teachers and making sure that the new teachers don't wash out, and their job is to basically make sure that these teachers are acclimated and moving along and thriving in the Board of Education. There are a number, I think there's a total of 7 teachers on special assignment. A number of them are in our IT department, helping with compliance, and our special ed department helping with our compliance. All those teachers are instrumental in what they're doing. It would be very difficult to move them back to a classroom and have them still maintain the jobs that they're doing that are extremely needed throughout the district. It would just require us to hire additional personnel to fill these positions if we were to put these teachers back into the classroom.
Thank you for answering that. But with regards, especially with special education, don't we have a shortage with special education teachers?
We do. We do have a shortage, and we are actually working on a number of different proposals to try and fill that shortage. We're going to be sending 5, I believe, individuals to University of Hartford, and they'll become DSAP eligible from day 1. So we'll start to fill those positions. If these particular budget cuts happen, that would move quite a few of these individuals who are certified in special education to become special education teachers and to help fill that need throughout the district. But you're absolutely correct that special education is a big need in the district. But so is compliance and making sure that the Board of Education is compliant with state regulations.
Well, I guess my question is, when we have a teacher on special assignment, do they have their same like hours as a teacher that's in the classroom, the same vacation, the same pay, the same time, but instead of spending their time in the classroom, they're spending their time in human resources?
Well, my people would be in human resources, but they're not actually sitting in human resources. They're at the different schools talking to the new teachers up to 2 years. They're in this team program. So the people that report to me are actually out in the schools talking to the new teachers, mentoring, coming up with different programs. Just to mention my two people, Mike and Steve, they've been instrumental in bringing a number of programs to the district that's going to give us quite a few cross certifications and special education teachers that we are in dire need of. With regards to the other departments, I would have to look to them to see what their hours are or what kind of capacity they're being used in. I just know that they're being used for compliance and IT compliance as well.
I have a question. What is our current overall shortage in terms of teachers in the in classrooms?
Exact number, I'm not 100% sure. I'm sorry. I could get that information to you.
Yeah, but if we have teachers on special assignment, we could bring them back into the classroom, and that could immediately help with anything. Now, with regards to balancing, has anyone looked at the numbers of the student to teacher ratio? I know I already heard Nestor answer on it, and I don't want to kick the can too much on it, but has any work been done on it? And if not, why not?
I'll turn that over to PJ for that.
Okay, so yes, Ms. Baptiste Perez, there has been work on it. Probably in August, we did take a look at class size towards October. We also are looking at it again in January. Since Marlene is not here anymore, we take care of the projections. So we will be projecting into next year while we're looking at the class sizes, student to teacher ratio. If we do have some classes that can be consolidated, what we'll do is take those teachers and they'll be basically reassigned to a classroom that's in need of a teacher so that we don't have to have a substitute anymore. But those are being looked at. We look at it every day. So we do know that there are some classes that can be consolidated right now, but we usually wait and try to do it 2 times a year. We did initially have 19 teachers that we consolidated in the beginning of the year. We did find that we were able to move 19 teachers. Right now, when we go look in January, we're sure we're going to find a few more that we can consolidate classes, bring them in and put them into classrooms that are vacant. And that's pretty much the process of what we do.
Okay. Thank you, PJ.
No problem.
My next question is really about the laying off of social workers and site supervisors with regards to special education. Can we just clarify whether we're laying off site supervisors, social workers, I'll clarify, site supervisors, the site coordinator, and social workers. We're looking to lay off those positions?
Not all those positions are being considered for the first round. That the social workers and counselors are in the third phase of my proposal. That's going back to the committee for consideration.
You said the social workers and what? Say that again, please.
Social workers and counselors, the two that you identified just now, will be going back to, but also if you go back to my proposal this evening, I talked about at the bottom of the screen, it has district supervisors of specialized services. On Wednesday proposal, I recommended to relieve 4 of those positions. Tonight, I'm looking at adding 2 of those positions back to only consider 2. And then also keeping the ombudsman position as well.
Okay. You know, I'm very concerned about any cuts in special education or even keeping teachers out who are qualified to be in that role because, you know, we know the state of special education in Bridgeport. And so that's something I don't even think in any phase we really have the flexibility to touch. Because we're legally mandated to provide those services, and it would only cause an additional strain on the district. I guess my question for you is, what is the status of the curriculum? But again, going back to the directors, what is the status of the curriculum? Has the 3rd quarter been written yet?
They're in the process of writing that curriculum now, ma'am.
And so, in your opinion, do you think it's wise to let go of directors if they're in the process of writing the 3rd quarter curriculum?
You know, in the best interest of the district to kind of move it forward, to kind of find dollars, it's okay to do it as long as I have enough people that's going to be able to help write that curriculum. We're also looking at bringing teachers in to support the writing of that curriculum and trying to figure out how we can, engage teachers in that writing process as well. It could be done in different ways. And this is one of the ways that we are currently considering to be able to moving forward.
Okay. I guess my next question is, don't we have additional funds in Right to Read?
You're asking if the district is getting additional funding for
No,
Right?
if we have funds, not receiving additional funds, but we have funds to use in Right to Read.
That is a grant funded opportunity for the district, and I don't know exactly how much money that is. I think we are getting something from the state of Connecticut, but I would have to kind of, bring that total back to you, and because I don't know it off the top of my head. So,
And shouldn't we have that number before we even look at cutting vendors, right?
remember that is in phase 3. All the programs and curriculum and contracts that we have will be presented to the board at committee for discussion and determination. So I think we can have a deeper conversation with that, and we'll have that number for you at the time as well.
The motion that went forward was regarding, consideration of line by line of, your phase 1. But I still want to ask questions regarding the other phases because.
So I'm gonna, we're looking at the tier 1 on proposed staff reductions. The other phases will be going through committee.
Can you read the motion that was passed verbatim, please?
It was proposed, a motion to, I don't have it in front of me. The line by line, I'm saying it wrong, Joe, go ahead.
The motion that was approved was to consider the superintendent's phase 1, tier 1 cuts line by line. All the stuff we could talk about, we could keep talking for hours about phase 2, 3, and 4, but right now for tonight, it's going to be discussed again. So you just.
Okay, so, just don't ad lib, just read me what was the motion passed. I believe that's the job of the secretary.
The motion is proposed staff reductions line by line. So that's the page that you're seeing on the screen right now. That we're looking at.
Wait,
2, tier 3.
We were supposed to do something with the motion, so that's why I'm asking to just please read me the motion. What is the motion?
The motion was proposed staff reductions line by line, looking at reducing proposed. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to close debate on this issue and move on to.
We're not in debate.
I made a motion to move on from this
no.
It'll take 2/3.
There's no main motion on the floor. Your motion passed. I'm asking for what was the language in your
The
motion?
motion is to end discussion.
Motion is to end discussion. It requires 2/3 to restrict somebody's right to speak.
You're gonna end discussion and then what? What's the motion? If anything, you should just reach out to the parliamentarian regarding this.
We're talking about proposed staff reductions, the page that's on the screen right now.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. That's the line by line we're going through. We're not going to tier 2 or tier 3 on any of the slides. The positions that are on the table right now are right in front of us on the screen. The rest of the items will go back to committee when we send, if we want to send that to committee, let's make a motion right now. Go ahead, Mr. Traber.
I would move, Madam Chair, that we move that all other items besides Phase 1, Tier 1 staff reductions be referred back to the Finance Committee.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. All in favor?
Aye.
No, we're now in debate. We're now in debate. There's been a motion.
Go ahead.
It was seconded. And then it was to refer all the remaining phases into it. So we're now in debate.
She's had her 10 minutes, Madam Chair.
No, because we're not in
That was a
debate.
different item.
Debate is
That was
only
a different item.
applicable-
That was a
the-
different item. We hear
The
you.
time to speak
We
on it is
understand.
only, 2
Yeah, we
times for
understand.
10 minutes while in debate. If we're not
We
in debate
understand
and we're
that.
just asking questions, then we're free to ask questions. So now,
Mr. Sakalovic,
point of clarification, what is the main motion on the table?
the motion is to move on Phase 1, Tier 1, and move all other items to committee, to Finance Committee.
And for the record, the motion to commit is only debatable to the merits of committing it, not going into the main motion.
Point of clarification, the chair is the one to call it. You're not the parliamentarian of the board.
I
so
made a
I'll
point of
defer to Ms.
information
Perez.
for everybody, and here's the book where it says it.
Again, you're not the chair, Mr. Sakalovic.
Thank you, Ms. Baptiste Perez, for that clarification. Is it this one? The motion to commit and refer or recommit a pending question is, what was your point of that?
It's only debatable as to the merits of whether we should commit it or not.
Okay.
And as we said before, since it's Mr. Traber's motion, he can speak.
Go ahead, Mr.
Suppose.
Traber.
May I speak to my motion?
Sure.
Yes,
What's the motion on the table?
I said it already. I'll call on you when you have your chance. Go ahead, Mr. Traber.
Yes, we have sat here for the last significant period of time discussing all of the questions that Ms. Baptiste Perez has about this economic package, and it is important. I agree with her. On the other hand, I am constantly struck at the minutia that Ms. Baptiste Perez is aware of that we have been not given in the last year. And it continues to strike me that she is aware of information that we weren't.
Point of order.
excuse me,
If you're
excuse
gonna
me,
make up stuff, the classroom
Ms.
should have been
Baptiste Perez, you have
balanced.
to be called on.
Yeah, the
Mr.
classroom, I'm gonna call for a point of order in terms of carrying each other with professional dignity. The minutia is coming from your end because there was already suggestions to close dilapidated buildings. There were suggestions to balance classrooms that would have saved millions of dollars. But now we're in this position here where we're talking about getting rid of our curriculum writers, firing our assistant principals, which is completely unacceptable. So if it's a creative minutia, I'm sure it's coming from you.
That's why we're going into line by line right now.
And again.
So, Mr.
it's-
Traber, do you have something on your motion?
It's not only, I'm still speaking to my motion, it's not only minutia we were not given and not made privy to, it's also inaccurate information that we are still being given by Ms. Baptiste Perez about curriculum writers and the absence of curriculum writers. Teachers were not included. We were bought curriculum programs, and the curriculum writers weren't used. So I'm
Point of
just,
clarification, what decade are you talking about? Because they're writing the curriculum now, and that's what Dr. Avery just said.
Ms. Baptiste Perez, you have to be called. Mr. Traber,
It was a point of
so-
clarification.
Mr. Traber,
I continue to be shocked at the narrative that is being laid out. And when we were not allowed to ask questions, we were not allowed to question or disagree about these things. But now we get interrupted and a narrative gets laid out that is completely different than we experienced. That notwithstanding, I do support everybody being allowed to speak, and we have been patiently listening to a variety of questions which reflect a different reality than we experienced. Tonight, we are here to decide on, as was laid out to us earlier this evening by the acting superintendent, a new proposal to discuss phase one, tier one proposed staff reductions. And I have had my hand up since he said that earlier this evening with a question about one of those proposed staff reductions, and have yet to be able to ask my question about one of those proposed staff reductions. And so we now have a motion on the floor to move all of the other items into the committee where he suggested they be moved for future discussion and analysis. We have proposed that we deal with each of the items in the phase one, tier one proposed staff reductions that are on the screen before us, so that we can move forward tonight and get home at a reasonable hour tonight. And we will discuss each of those. But I do have a question on one of those when we get to this motion. I would like to ask my one question that I have yet to be given a chance to ask about tonight. So I'm speaking in favor of this motion so that I get to ask my one question about one of these items.
any other?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We go ahead and take the vote. If there's no further questions.
I'm sorry, can
Yeah,
you clarify where in the roll that is? Because Ms. Casimir had her hand up.
I'm sorry, you didn't see, I can't see the screen from my seat. Ms. Casimir?
Yes, thank you. And I'll make this quick. And let me know if this is not tier one and it's not phase one. I'm just going to throw it out there. So I just wanted to make a comment that, I wanted to ask who right now is in charge of bringing us up to compliance with PPT, with IEPs? Would that be teachers on special assignment or somebody else?
So there's a point of order, Mr. Kalvik.
Point of order, the motion on the floor is to whether to commit tier 2, 3, 4. It's not going into the other motions.
Yeah, so we can save that question for after this motion. Ms. Casimir, I'll call you right after this motion.
We're in debate.
Okay. And then my next question is,
No questions.
oh, no questions. No. Oh, okay.
Debating
All
on moving phase one, tier one into,
2, 3, 4.
I'm sorry, moving the other items to committee. Except for
Okay.
phase tier one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Woodson? Thank you. Mr. Sokolovich?
Yes, okay. Committees are where the majority of the work is done, especially with finance. We should be having in-depth conversations at the committee level where any board member can participate before we bring it to the board. Traditionally, for the past, 20, 30, maybe even 40 years, the budget has been presented early, discussed at committee, amended, debated, brought before the full board to give the budget and the people of Bridgeport what they deserve. We've got very little time due to the past budget process over the last year and a half, we were presented very little time to debate. And now we're already into 2 hours of debate and we haven't even went into it. So we need to send this back to committee where it gets the respect it deserves, where these people's positions we are talking about get the respect it deserves, where our children get the respect they deserve, where we could weigh these options and have an intelligent conversation with time not of an essence. So I do support the motion to commit.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I don't support the motion to commit for the following reasons. There are proposed reductions in the other phases that we can take into consideration tonight that could save our assistant principals. There are additional considerations in the other phases that could be considered tonight that can save our literacy directors as they are writing the curriculum. Again, what's being proposed right now didn't take into account that our directors of literacy, we don't know what their qualifications are, whether all grade levels are going to be serviced like K through 8, as well as 9 through 12. We don't have in front of us the information with regards to other roles
Ms.
that can be
Baptiste, there's a point of
observed.
order.
I'm sorry, what?
Mrs. Sakalovic, go ahead.
Point of order, you're speaking to tier 1 cuts and the motion on the floor is to commit phase out tier 2, 3, and 4. And that's what we should be restricting our comments to, not what the literacy director, the math director.
No, that I am in debate and I am stating why during my 10 minutes, it should not be restricted. And those other positions should be considered before directly impacting the school. We've had people during public comment talk about the roles of the assistant principals. Although I'm not there in person and I didn't get to see who was speaking, it sounded like there was a child speaking about their day-to-day and how their assistant principal impacts their day-to-day. What we're doing right now is limiting ourselves to actually firing and impacting people that affect the day-to-day of our kids and ignoring other roles that could potentially be cut now. I don't see how, and I don't want to put it between this person or that person, but we have difficult cuts to make. But if you're asking about, our assistant principals, our directors of literacy, and someone else, those all should be considered at the same time because it can still add up to a number that we need according to Nestor. So I don't see why we're limiting ourselves to what's been proposed right now when we can get to the number while trying to reduce the biggest harm towards the educational quality that we're giving our kids. So that's why I don't think that we should limit ourselves. If there's something that we can save some of our assistant principals now or our directors now because there's been a role that hasn't been considered, this is the time to hatch it out. It isn't the time to limit ourselves and ignore the other phases. I'm sure that's probably coming because I'm the one that's saying it, but you got to think about the harm that you're doing to children and the harm that is going to come, that's going to impact the middle of the school year losing support. The impact that we haven't finished writing the 3rd quarter of the curriculum and we don't have the 4th quarter of the curriculum, but we're going to fire the coaches.
Are you all set? Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Traber?
Yes, I'd like to just say that we have a proposal in front of us to deal with immediate staff reductions. And while I can respect that Ms. Baptiste Perez is concerned about some others, she doesn't have anything in particular in mind. It's rhetorical. And I think we need to deal with what's in front of us right here and now. And when we get to the committees, we can look at whether or not there are other changes that could have been made, and we'll deal with those when we get there. I find it somewhat ironic given we couldn't have more than a 2-hour debate on a $310 million budget proposal last spring.
Okay, let's take a vote on this. All in favor to move
Roll
phases
call.
2, 3, and 4 back to committee? We will do a roll call. Mr. Benningham?
We'll start with Dr. Bain.
Please.
She left, okay. Christina Baptiste Perez,
Point of clarification is Christine Baptiste Perez, and I'm
that's what
voting
I said,
no.
Christine Baptiste Perez. That's what I say.
No, you said Christina. My name's
Christine
Christine.
Baptiste Perez, your
Thank
vote?
you. My vote is no.
Ms. Keisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. William Medina,
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sutcliffe,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver, Mr. Woodson, and Mr. Benahan, yes.
That's six
Six.
yes, 2 no's.
2, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Sokolovich?
Okay, now moving on, I would like to make a motion to approve line 1, Executive Director of Special Education for elimination.
There's been a motion to approve for elimination, Executive Director of Special Education by Mr. Sokolovich. It was been seconded by Mr. Medina. Do we have any discussion on that, debate on that?
Yes,
Mr. Sokolovich, you can go first.
yes, Dr. Avery, could you just briefly describe the role of the position and the impact of the savings, immediate savings on the district?
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
This person is under the chief of special education. We're also wanting to kind of, look at the possibility of lowering this position down to a director's position in order to continue to support with the emphasis of special education and the needs of special education. We thought it may be an opportunity to rethink this a little bit as well. The position is a lower salary position that would also be able to still support the actual supervisors of special education. So I think it's a good move in order to save a little bit of money. So there is a little impact there on the financial side that will be beneficial to us as well.
So you'd be eliminating the position, but not the staff will still be working in a different position.
Absolutely correctly.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Can you clarify how that's a cost savings if we're going to eliminate a position, move them over into another one? Does that position already exist that you're looking to demote them to? And what would be their pay?
No, it would. The position is a unionized position. This executive director of SPED position is a non-union position. The position for director of special education is a union position. We have to petition the union before we would even consider to be able to move the position, the title down. We would have to post for that position because it's a unionized position. So the person in the position has the ability to apply for the position, at the lower level, but it's not an automatic demotion to the position. If I'm clear, Don, am I clear on that?
Yes, that's
Is
accurate.
Dominic going to clarify? Okay.
Yes, thank you. That's accurate. This position currently doesn't exist. We would have to negotiate this with the union, get their agreement to make this director of special education position, and then come up with the parameters for the qualifications and the salary, go through a whole negotiation process. Once the union, if they do agrees to it, it would be posted, and then we would have to fill it according to union guidelines.
Okay, so within that realm of hypotheticals, right? If it was to become a unionized position, we're not going to realize much of a savings because the position would come back as a union position. And so we're not really going to realize a $204,000 savings. Maybe I'm throwing numbers out there because I don't know what it'll be, but maybe a 50,000. But it doesn't seem like it's much of a cost savings if you're just going to move it over to a union position.
That
My
would be
next,
correct. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
so that would be correct. It wouldn't be much of a cost savings.
Correct. It would be the difference between what the current salary is and what the new salary for the director would be. That would be your cost savings.
And how would that help with the situation with special education currently in the district, removing a position and then waiting to create an alternative at a lower cost? How is that going to help with special ed?
Well, I think in a variety of different ways, you may be able to get, a leader with a different skill set that may be able to be more targeted to the needs that we, will, kind of look into, really looking at, the person in the position, the person that we're going to hire for the position, and the new direction that we're looking to move all of these positions in when it comes to special education. Again, there's a lot of work around this topic of delivery of services for special education students moving forward. And so we just really wanted to give ourselves an opportunity to kind of look at the skill sets of individuals to fill the void.
And is the current executive director of special education in charge of I guess, instructing staff with regards to PPT? Like, what is this role that we're looking to eliminate? I need it more thoroughly explained that we're looking to not make much of a cost savings on. Explain this role.
Well, again, the district supervisors, this person really kind of supervises them, but also looks at the PPTs and helps manage the compliance pieces across the district. Really, this person can do professional development too, with teachers of special education and a variety of different things as well. And so I think it's just more being able to kind of find the skill sets for this person to be able to kind of support the additional needs. I think Dr. Sackey is going to walk up to the mic and talk a little bit more about that as well.
And yeah, thank you, Dr. Avery. And I'll say just to add to that, I think, part of what we're all looking to do, special education obviously is a big portion of our budget. And so ensuring that we are able to reorganize it similar to what Dr. Avery was sharing. We do have, our chief of special education. We have our special education supervisor. So the chief, in collaboration with the executive director or director, will be supporting not only the special education supervisors, but school teams. I think part of the restructuring of special education is what's going to be the big piece moving forward. And shifting from the executive director role to the director role is what's going to help us start that process.
I also want to.
Thank you for.
I also want to add something as well, because Mr. Stalovic had asked about immediate savings, or whoever, maybe it was you, Ms. Baptiste Perez, I apologize, immediate savings. It is important to remember that these administrators, as far as executive directors, do have administrator contracts. That administrator contract pays them a severance of 6 months salary, lump sum, and 6 months of health insurance as well. So I just want that to be out there so you all have the complete information in front of you.
Okay, so to follow up to that, if we were to let this person go, the executive director of special education, we're going to give them a severance package, then repost the position. So wouldn't that mitigate our cost savings?
That's correct. But my best guess is that this position would not be filled by the time negotiations and everything occur with the union, and posting and interviewing would probably not be filled within the next 6 months anyway.
I just don't see how cutting from one of our largest areas of concern is going to be helpful or beneficial towards the district, especially hearing several times that it's not going to be of a cost savings benefit. That's all I have.
Mr. Traber?
Yes, just a point of clarification there. You're saying that these positions were created with a 6-month severance package?
Yes, they were, and that's been in the district for a few years now. They all signed administrator contracts that the language of them says if they're eliminated due to layoff, that they get a 6-month severance lump sum plus 6 months of health insurance covered by the district.
And when were they created?
It was prior to I mean, it's my understanding it's been here for a couple of years.
Wow.
Just want to make sure everybody has
Thank
all the information in front of them.
Any other questions on this item, line 1? So let's take a vote.
I have a follow-up question. Based off of what Dominic said, all these roles have a 6-month provision, or which roles have the 6-month provision?
The executive director, non-affiliated positions have this administrator's contract. So you're talking about executive director of special ed, the executive director of school leadership, and
That's it.
I believe that's it.
Okay, and any of the provisions, are they available to any of the director's roles? I just want to make sure we all know.
I keep on cutting you off. I'm sorry, Ms. Baptiste Perez. The director's roles simply follow the BCAS contract. So they're allowed to bump down into open positions, but they don't have this severance package like the executive directors do.
And then just to clarify, okay, the list that's in front of me says the executive director sped. Dr. Avery, you had said something earlier regarding the director of school. I'm going to assume that's leadership or executive school leader.
That's the next item. We're gonna get there. We're still on
No,
the
no,
first.
no. I just want to make sure that those two are the only thing that's in front of us where it's going to be a 6-month severance.
That's correct.
Okay, and then why is it highlighted yellow again? Just for my knowledge.
I moved from eliminating 2 of those positions to 1 of those positions. And that I showed the change from Wednesday's presentation to today's presentation.
Okay. Thank you. That would have been helpful to look at in advance. Okay, that's all I have.
We're gonna take a vote on this item.
Roll call vote.
Okay. The roll call is gonna be on the executive director of special ed. To eliminate or keep the position.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
Absolutely not, especially that it's in the area of special education, given the dire need in the district, the exposure to liability. I will not be voting to remove this position.
Mr. Keisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. Willie Medina,
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Pass.
Mr. Joseph Sokolik,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber,
Yes.
Mr. Woodson, Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Bedan, yes. 5 to 3,
I'm
Madam.
here, just so you guys know,
You-
I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry, we
sorry, I
don't,
didn't
we
see
can't
you.
see
Dr.
that. but
Bain?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
No, okay. 5 to 4, Madam Chair.
The next item, we're going line by line, executive director of school leadership. Go ahead, Mr. Sokolik.
Motion to approve the elimination of director of school leadership as presented by Dr. Avery with the reduction from 2 to 1.
Seconded by Mr. Traber. Any further debate on this item? We'll take a vote.
Yeah.
I have my
I'm
hand
sorry,
up.
just a
It might be
question.
helpful if you ask Jeff for one of the computers so you can see who hands are up.
Your hand wasn't up when I asked. Your hand just went up, so go ahead.
All right. Dr. Avery, can you just explain to me what's the role of the executive director, school leader?
Yeah, those executive directors are, they supervise principals and they support principals in a variety of different ways. They also do provide training for all administrators in the district. And so as we shift over to new supervision models, the assistant superintendents will be supporting principals, and also the superintendent will be supporting principals. But also that one executive director can also support those campuses that may be losing assistant principals. So if the assistant principals removal or elimination takes place, that gives an extra support for the assistant principals and principals without those leaders within their buildings. So if the assistant principal stays, then you can eliminate both of those executive directors for school leaderships. Again, that's the will of the board.
Can you explain that math to me? Because what I'm looking at is an executive director's savings is $207,000. We'll just keep it simple. And
Right.
so they're providing the support. Aren't they the ones providing the evaluations, the coaching and assistance to the school principals?
Currently they are, but as you move through a different.
So how's a assistant principal going to do that to a principal?
Excuse me?
If the executive directors are the one that are coaching principals and they're the one evaluating principals, and they've just finished evaluating the principals for the first quarter, how are you going to put the evaluation on the assistant principal to do on the principal? That just doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't say that.
Okay, thank you. But again, why are you putting juxtaposing those two options next to each other?
Please clarify.
Why are you putting the executive director, school leadership up against our assistant principals? There's a list of different roles.
What I'm saying is that they will be able to support the campuses that do not have assistant principals. So a lot of times what happens if there's a principal out in those campuses that do not have assistant principals, central office has to provide a backup for that principal. If that principal is sick or there is an emergency, needs some additional administrative help there, that executive director can go in and support that principal.
Yeah, but let's say two principals are out, then what?
And we will have to pull another administrator from central office to be able to support that campus.
All right, so theoretically, if there was a bad case or a breakout of COVID and we had principals out, I don't think there's enough people in your new central office that can cover it. You're talking about the elimination of 18 assistant principals.
I think it's 10.
Well, we can sit here and do hypotheticals all night, but it's still I will find someone to be able to step in to support. You can look at 092s and 093s to support across the district. We could move assistant principals from that may have campuses that may have multiple assistant principals and use one of those assistant principals to fill into. So there's a variety of different scenarios that we can kind of look at to make it work.
Who's going to do the evaluations of the principals if they're gone?
You'll have assistant superintendents that will be able to provide that support.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
You would have assistant superintendents that will provide that evaluation support.
I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Traber? Ms. Casimir?
Yes, just clarification that this proposal is to cut one of the executive director school leader positions. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Woodson.
Will getting rid of directors and assistant principals put us out of compliance with PPTs? Or
No, it would not.
okay.
Ms. Casimir, do you still have your hand up or?
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. I keep forgetting to put it down. No, I don't have my hand up.
I want to make sure. All right. Are we ready for the vote? All right, the vote is for
Roll call.
elimination of Executive Director of School Leadership.
Dr. Bain,
Pass.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
No.
Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
Yes.
Mr. William Medina, Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoloff,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver, Mr. Woodson, and Mr. Benahan, yes.
Ms. Bain. Go back to Ms. Bain.
Dr. Bain,
Yes.
7-2, Madam
All
Chair.
right, that motion carried 7-2. Next item is Deputy Superintendent. Mr. Sokolovic.
I'd like to make a motion to eliminate the position of Deputy Superintendent as proposed by Dr. Avery.
Second.
The motion was seconded by Mr. Medina. Are there any, is there any debate on this one? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I think the position of deputy superintendent has been a luxury that this district cannot afford. For a long time, there was no deputy superintendent. It was just a superintendent with executive directors. And so I'm in favor for the elimination of this position. You know, we can't afford to have luxury positions and not be focused on student outcomes and being able to have direct contact with implementing changes.
Thank you. Any further debate? Just, oh, wait, let's take a vote.
Roll call.
Elimination of Deputy Superintendent's position. Mr. Traber has a question. Go ahead.
Not a question, Madam Chair, but it came up. I just want to be clear. There was some question earlier about the $244,000 figure. I do want to point out that the chart is crystal clear. If you look at the column heading, it does say salary plus fringe benefit, which was questioned earlier. And it says that in the earlier packet we got last week too.
Point of clarification, I think this is referring to something that was
Excuse me, I
discussed
have
in
the
executive
floor. I
session.
have the floor, Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I will
No,
say
I'm
this.
just calling a point of
excuse me, Madam
clarification
Chair.
that
No,
what's
I have the
being
floor, Ms.
pointed
Mr.
out
Traber,
is
Mr. Traber.
Your rudeness knows no
regarding
bounds. I
something in
know that, but
executive
enough.
session.
Miss
Enough, Ms.
Baptiste
Baptiste Perez.
No, enough
This
with
was
you.
discussed in
If
executive
anything
session, so
discussed
we're
in
not going
executive session, it
I
doesn't
have
need
it,
to be pointed out to the public.
Perez. You don't have the floor. This was discussed.
you have
Mr.
just-
Traber, you don't have the floor. I have the floor now. This was discussed in executive session. We are not going to discuss that right now.
I did not mention anything about
You said it
executive
was
session.
discussed earlier and it
She
was
did.
discussed.
I
in
didn't
executive-
say
so
where.
We'll just continue with the vote. Roll call vote.
You violated that confidence, Ms. Baptiste
Mr. Traber.
Perez.
We're going to stop there. Mr. Benahan, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Bain,
Yes.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
Yes.
Mr. William Medina,
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoloff,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson,
All right, the item carries.
8-1, Madam Chair.
Next item is Chief of Staff. Mr. Sakalovic.
Motion to approve the elimination of the Chief of Staff as presented by Dr. Avery.
Second. The motion was made by Mrs. Kovic, seconded by Ms. Perez. Any discussion on that, Ms. Casimir?
Yeah, can somebody very quickly remind me of what the chief of staff is responsible for, or what their role is?
Good question. Dr. Avery or Dominic? Good. You gotta hit the button. I cleared it by accident.
The chief of staff was a very, very new position in the last few months where we didn't really have a set criteria of who the chief of staff was supervising. They've been working in communications, kind of overseeing that for the past couple of months. But as far as a well-defined plan, we didn't have one for the chief of staff.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much.
Ms. Baptiste Perez. Oh, Dr. Avery, did you have something? Oh, Dr. Avery's gonna add.
Just a point of clarity, that position was created by Dr. Levy David. In the last 6-7 months, she was shifting some things that she wanted to be able to provide support for her division, so it was added.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Is there any cost savings associated with this role, or will this person that filled this seat roll over into another position in human resources?
There is no, as far as I'm aware, there is no plan for that. The cost savings would be the salary plus the benefits.
Okay. And then if
Dr. Avery, add something.
For a point of clarity as well, we are actually looking for another position to kind of cross-track this position, this person into, if possible, but we still ironing out those things, and we'll be bringing that to the board and committee as well.
I just, in general, any position that was going to be brought back at any point in time should just be presented to the board in advance, because there's not really much of a cost savings being presented. If you're going to just change the role, wait a few months, pay a person out, we're actually losing money. You know, I'm not hearing any guarantee that we're not going to rehire or repost this in 6 months. So someone theoretically could be terminated from position, paid out, and then back working in the district. And so that's why it's very critical. Like, if we're reducing a role, we expect to see these cost savings. And so I mean, I have a follow-up question, because it was mentioned that it was this position was overseeing communications. If this position is eliminated, are we? Well, you know what? Everything intertwines, because that's where I went back earlier. And my general questions was, if a chief is eliminated, does the department get eliminated as well? But again, I don't see any cost savings with this. If we're just going to do a bait and switch, and then say we're going to eliminate a role and then bring the role back, we're not realizing much savings at all. And I think that's very deceptive to the public. I have nothing else to say on this.
Did you have? Okay. Mr. Traver?
Yeah, I think that's critically important that we be informed of any positions that are created. It's too bad we weren't told about this one.
Any other discussion on that? All right, let's take the vote on the elimination of the chief of staff.
Roll call vote.
It'll be a roll call vote.
Dr. Bain?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if it's, okay, so I have a question. Well, no, I don't. Yes, we can eliminate it. Never mind.
So it's yes?
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's yes.
Thank you. Christine Baptiste Perez?
Yes, the role should be eliminated in its entirety and not being brought back, so we can actually have a savings.
Mr. Benahan said yes. Ms. Akeisha Casimir?
Yes.
Mr. William Medina, Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mrs. Joseph Sucker,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson. Nice to see you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next item is Director of Literacy. Mr. Sokolovic.
Motion to approve the elimination of the Director of Literacy, one position for the Director of Literacy as presented by Dr. Avery.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Any debate? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Again, what is the qualification of the one director of literacy that we're keeping? If the person is not qualified for K through 12, I think this is a critical flaw. Also, again, as mentioned, directors of literacy are right now writing the curriculum. We don't have the curriculum completed. The directors of literacy are the ones that's going out and they're answering teachers' questions. They're going out and performing professional development. They're answering questions if there's an issue in the curriculum, whether a link doesn't work. They're the ones looking at survey feedback from teachers. As mentioned with regards to fine arts, that's something that was not presented. And that's something that the directors of literacy can absorb. And so I really don't see why we're going to remove both when we don't know the qualifications of either that we're looking to eliminate right now. It just doesn't make sense. And then we haven't been presented with everybody's salary in terms of actually making a comparison as to where the greater cost savings would be.
With regard to the Director of Literacy, there's no names up there, just positions. So we would have to look at who the most qualified for K through 12 is and make the cut based on that.
And so we don't know who the most qualified person is. The curriculum's not done, but we're going forward with voting to remove a position. That's what's going on?
That's correct.
Ms. Casimir.
Yes, I agree. I want to advocate for both of these positions. And the reason why is similar to what Ms. Baptiste Perez said. We have one English language arts director or literacy director or whatever you want to call it, that doesn't know pre-K through 8, only 9 through 12. As far as I understand, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But from what I understand, the 9 through 12 director went to the state and told them that she didn't know pre-K through 8. So again, if that is not correct, please, I don't mind you correcting me. I want to advocate strongly for this. We're at the bottom of the reading scores and the math scores, and that's all I wanted to say. But please, again, I love to be educated. I don't mind being corrected. But this is really, really scary. Like, we need pre-K through 8 as well as 9 through 12. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, and I want to clarify that, Dr. Avery, in terms of the curriculum, you mentioned that you're hoping to bring teachers in, experienced teachers in who can support these directors in finishing the curriculum.
Again,
Oh, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Again, as we explore, remember, let me kind of take a step back. At the beginning of this school year, we had one director in each content area. We added the second one mid-year due to the fact that we wanted to make sure that we had some more additional support for the academics. So again, it's important to note that as we look at the whole package of academics that we have, we're trying to kind of just minimize the impact that the layoffs would be. So we kept one academic director in each of the content areas. Again, it wasn't to try to look at which person. We didn't even have a name on this. It was just more of the position. We will look at there's a couple different, bumping rights that HR will be taking in consideration for the elimination of the one position. So we'll look at all of that. And I think the original person that was hired for the position, because prior to that, there was no one in the position. So again, we're going to keep it, somewhat whole by just eliminating one of them.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Oh, I mean, I understand the adding of additional support for the whole package because we're a failing district. We were failing with one, so we added another one, and now we're going to get rid of it before we even see any results being yielded. I just don't see how this makes any sense at all. We used to have one, we were a failing district, and we're continuing down the same trajectory. The only question is we're already at the bottom in certain areas, so it's almost like how lower can we go?
Ms. Bain.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I agree with Christine Baptiste Perez for the simple fact that we need director of literacy and math and science. Our kids need to have as much support as they can get in these subjects. And if you yourself just said, Dr. Avery, we didn't have any, then we had one, and then we just brought in another one. And the bringing in of another director is crucial because of the simple fact that if you only had one, it wasn't doing our students any good. It didn't help our students elevate and raise up in their scores. So I think that Dr. Levy David bringing them in was to help and advance our students. And if we're taking him away, a director of literacy, and then going to have teachers or subs or whatever to try to fill in, we're going backwards. We're not going forward. And I agree with Christine on that. And I don't think that we should eliminate any of these directors there. I really don't, because we need them. We need those directors. Our district needs those directors because one can't do it all by themselves and they need help. That's why she hired someone else to help, because we have a larger district. And like she said, if one does not have the credentials from pre-K to from 9 to 12 and not pre-K to 8, then we're doing our children a disservice. Because how could one, if what Ms. Casimir said is true, that she went to the state herself and said she doesn't have the qualifications for that particular set of from 8 to 12. I mean, pre-K to 9 to 12 or pre-K, whichever one she doesn't have the qualifications for, then how do we know that? And why would we even chance doing that to our children? If this is really all about the children, then I think we need to give our children a better chance. I don't have a problem with chief of staff. If they don't have a staff to chief over it, that's fine. But the literacy and the math and the science, I have an issue with, because my sons went to this school district, and I promise you, the district wasn't doing well. And if we didn't have any, and we brought in one, and then we needed to bring in another one, it's for a reason. So I agree with Christine on that.
Ms. Casimir.
Yeah, just my last comment. This might fly in a much smaller district of a lot less kids, but we need at least 2 of those director of literacy, like Ms. Bain said, director of math, director of science. That's all I wanted to say. You have to consider the size of the district as well.
We're going to go ahead and Ms. Baptiste Perez, I think you spoke twice already on this motion. So we're going to go ahead and do a vote on this one.
Roll call.
All righty. A roll call on director of literacy, eliminating the director of literacy, one director of literacy per personnel.
Dr. Bain?
No, because I believe that our children need it, and we shouldn't try to undo everything Carmela put in place just because we can. If it's needed, I think it needs to stay, and I think Director of Literacy, Director of Math, and Director of Science both need to stay.
Christine Baptiste Paris?
No, 80.1% of our students are below ELA proficiency in SBAC. The average SAT score for the 23-24 school year in ELA was 412. These test scores show that reducing down to 1 will cause educational harm to children.
Akeisha Casimir?
No, this will continue to cause further harm to our children. Absolutely not.
Mr. William Medina?
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Paris?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoliff? Mr. Robert Traber?
Mike? I vote yes because there's absolutely no proof that there's any correlation between what was just said and the test scores. Forget the fact that there's no correlation between the test scores and what's happening with our kids. But having that extra director of literacy is not what the problem is.
Mr. Woodson? Sorry? Yes, Madam Chair, and 3 no. Apologize. 5 yes and 4 no.
That one passes. Director of Math is next. Mr. Sokolovic?
Motion to approve the elimination of 1 director of mathematics as proposed by Acting Superintendent Dr. Avery.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Is there any debate on this item? Ms. Baptiste Perez?
I'm gonna raise my hand.
No, I think this is, again, a critical area. Our students, 87.7% of our students are below SBAC math. The average SAT score in math for Bridgeport Public High Schools is 391, so it's below 400. Anyone that thinks that there isn't a correlation to the people that are writing the curriculum, that's writing the curriculum towards the test, preparing the students for the test, I can't understand how the directors don't have a role when they're the ones writing the curriculum, when they're the ones providing the professional support, when they're the ones that's answering the questions and inquiries, when they're the ones being invited to the schools to do the PDs. You know, our directors are supposed to be our support staff, so our buildings are actually instructional leaders, so that way we can instruct our students towards success. And so cutting one of these positions and then burdening it on one person to be over 500 plus teachers, the district has 1,414 teachers in the district and only 1 director of math. And right now, this board has already approved 1 director of literacy, and they're going to be the 1 person writing a curriculum that hasn't been completed for the 3rd quarter or the 4th quarter. I just can't understand how people don't put the correlations as to when we don't invest in the resources, it does not trickle down to our kids.
Ms. Bain?
Okay, Dr. Bain here speaking. I just want to say that some of the stuff I agree with and some of the stuff I do not agree with. But Director of Math and Director of Science, Director of Literacy, those 3 positions need to stay with the 2 and not the 1. But I know that this is, the majority vote is already had their hands in pulling out who needs to go. So I'm going to put my vote out for no already, that I don't want it to pass, but it's not going to help because we all know who helped write this, who helped pick this out. So I'm a sign off after this. Have a good night.
All right. Any further debate on this item? Mr. Traber?
Yeah, I just think we're simplifying one director, two directors. It's a lot more than that. And while the soapbox is beautiful and we've been listening to the lectures from the soapbox for the last year, the issue is much, much more complicated than what Ms. Baptiste Perez would have us believe. So I'm just, yes, the correlation is just not so simple, and it's much more complex, and our children deserve so much more than the simple lecture from the soapbox. Thank you.
We're going to take a vote on the director of math.
Ms. Perez, I have my hand up. It's my second time to speak during debate.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. So it's not a soapbox. When we have teachers coming up and they're in the area of math in one of our high schools requesting the print from a website that hasn't been vetted, when we have teachers that are talking about they're experts, but yet they're failing the test, we have to provide the resources so that they can be successful in the classroom. And we need to create those resources. And so that's part of the role with having more than one director of math, because one person can't do it all with the amount of teachers in the district. And one person can't be spread so thin. But yet that's why we have teachers printing out worksheets. And then we wonder why our SAT scores are 391 in math. That's why we are at the absolute lowest in the state in SBAC math. We need to provide the resources. The directors were doing that, but we're going to reduce the directors. And so I'm going to utilize my voice and voice that this is why it is harming children. And you may not agree, but I don't think you serve children. Because we should be providing them the educational outcomes that will guarantee them success. Bridgeport shouldn't have to be a second chance city if the Board of Education gave children their first chance. And cutting these roles are reducing a child's first chance to be successful out of school. There's other school districts being sued right now in this state because they have graduates that can't read, but were pushed through the system. We shouldn't be one of those. And we need to have our directors in order to make sure that our kids are ready. But at the state of these test scores, that's indicating something opposite. When we have teachers wanting to print out worksheets, that's opposite. That's all I have.
Mr. Traber.
Yeah, I won't prolong this. It's late. But I have spent the last 16 months, but especially the last year, listening to Ms. Baptiste Perez abuse her position as chair of the Board of Ed to lecture us about her opinions and her personal point of view on education. It is so far from the reality that I'm aware of and that most teachers are aware of, who would disagree with her positions, disagree with her view of education and what matters in education. So I will leave it at that, simply at that. But it is not correct with regard to proper education, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
We're going to take a vote on the elimination of one of the director of math.
Roll call.
Dr. Bain,
No.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
No, because in the real world, I don't know what reality some people live in, our kids are failing, and they're failing terribly in math, and we should give them the outcomes they deserve, because they can do it if given the proper resources and materials.
Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
No, the kids deserve better.
Mr. William Medina,
Yes.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokolev,
Yes, because the position, the money saved could be used for basically thousands of hours of tutoring, which would probably be more impactful on test scores.
Mr. Robert Traber,
Yes, because there are so many other things we could do for our children, and they deserve oh, so much better than what they've been getting.
Mr. Woodson.
No, because our students deserve much better than what they had in the past. Getting the same thing.
Madam Chair, 5-4.
Moving on to the Director of Science / Life Skills, Mr. Sokolovic.
Motion to eliminate the Director of Science / Life Skills as presented by Dr. Avery.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Medina. Do we have any debate? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I mean, for the same reasons that were stated in literacy and math. I mean, the focus of using money to pay for tutoring is tier 3 instruction. Our students are already receiving tier 3 instruction. That's why that could be part of the reason why we have poor performance. And so investing in directors that are going to create the curriculum and the support system for tier 1 instruction the first time around, so that tutoring services aren't needed, is the reason why we should keep the directors. And science is one of those areas where our students have not been have not been taught in preparation for the test. It's one of the areas that I've heard in my time on the board where we've had middle schools where there were no science teachers and parents were inquiring how they were going to get their kids into a magnet program if we didn't provide them with science in middle school. So again, for the same reasons iterated, we can't take away substitute tier 1 quality instruction for tier 3 tutoring, because that's just a setup for failure.
Mr. Draper.
Just to continue this mini debate, and only because it's the first time in the year we've had a chance, teaching to the test is not education. Education is so much more than teaching to a test. Our country for almost 25 years has been doing this teaching to the test. So we've been listening to this narrative for over a year. Teaching to the test is not teaching.
Any further debate?
I'm sorry, I thought I clicked my hand up, but I do have something to say. This whole thing about, there's a problem teaching to the test. We can't even, with the way we're providing instruction, although our children can, they are not passing the test. And then what kind of teaching is going on if worksheets are just being printed out? What kind of qualities and job opportunities are we really producing for our students for science, since this is the topic that's up? Where are our STEM programs if we don't even have the science teachers there? The same thing goes back to the curriculum. If we're going to teach, at least teach towards the test, because that is our benchmark as to how we're compared to other districts. At least prepare them, because they're going to be tested. But what are they learning if that's the case? If we can't prepare them for the minimum benchmark for the state, then what are we teaching them? The worksheets that's being printed for free? Again, it just goes back to providing low quality, and then we end up spending more money on tier 3 tutoring to come in to try and make up for the fact that we haven't provided tier 1 instruction, for the fact that we didn't have a curriculum, for the fact that we haven't finished a curriculum. You have to explain why there's a gap. You can't be an honors student and then not make the minimum requirements for the state. There's a disconnect.
We'll take the vote to
Roll call vote.
eliminate one Director of Science / Life Skills. Mr. Benahan, go ahead.
Dr. Bain.
No. For the same reasons, Christine has a very valid point. And I know for a fact that our students has been failing for a very long time. And I think that we need to give them opportunity to the resources of like she said, tier 1 as opposed to tier 3. And I think we're doing a disservice by removing these people or positions?
Christine Baptiste Paris,
No, for the reasons articulated in debate.
Ms. Akisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. William Medina,
See.
Ms. Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoliff, Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson. Madam Chair, 5-4.
That one passes. Next item is Director of Communications. Go ahead, Mr. Sakalovic.
To eliminate the position of Director of Communications.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Mr. Sakalovic would like to speak to that.
Yes, Director of Communications is a position we haven't had in decades, if ever. I don't remember the last time we had one. Hasn't been during my tenure. This is yet another position that was added in, I think, the last year or so. We could get along fine with the superintendent. Traditionally, has communicated the needs of the district, and if the superintendent is an effective communicator, the position of Director of Communications is obsolete.
Mr. Woodson.
If we get rid of the Director of Communications, who's gonna provide those duties?
All right, go ahead.
We still have 2 additional people in that division that will continue to work. Prior to this year, we had 1 person in that division doing the work. And there's been another one, a lower level position added this year as well to support the work.
So there's been 3 people in that department on top of the consultant. Okay. Mr. Woodson, go ahead. Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I understand part of the role of the Director of Communications was to support the rebranding of the district, the turning around of Bridgeport Public Schools so we can rise together towards success. I know we've ended the contract with the consultant, but if we're going to just make decisions that go back to the status quo, there's nothing to rebrand, and the same stigma that goes along with Bridgeport Public Schools will continue to exist. There's no point in having someone rebrand if we're going to just brand failure.
Any further questions? We're going to take a vote on the eliminating the Director of Communications.
Roll call vote.
Dr. Bain,
She left the call.
sorry,
She left.
okay. Christine Baptiste Paris,
No.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir,
I abstain.
Mr. William Medina,
See.
Ms. Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoliff,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson.
It was 7 yes,
Yes.
1 no, 1 abstention.
1 no, 1 mistake, yeah.
6 yes, was it 6 yes? 6 yeses.
Yeah.
The next item, so that motion passes. The next item is administrative special assignment. Administrative. Can you speak to that one? What is that position?
So that's a position that's been developed in the last couple of years. Typically, they're acting more or less as assistant principals in these schools. We have 2 that are acting as more or less assistant principals and 1 that is acting as the Executive Director of Internal and External Communications, I believe is the title. But those are the three. They're members of BCAS, but they are assigned throughout the district where they're needed.
Ms. Casimir?
Yes, I have more of a question. So if there's an administrator on special assignment and any one given of those positions are being eliminated, or like when an administrator on special assignment is given an opportunity to go back and teach in the classroom, I wanted to clarify this. Like the first year, whether it's $1,000 reduction, 25% reduction, let's just say whichever it is, and then the second year, whether it's 2,000 or another 25%, for these purposes, it doesn't matter. But when the third year comes, do they go back down to the teacher's salary, at the regular salary where they're teaching in the classroom? Is that
That's
how that goes?
That's correct. So they would go on to wherever the salary scale that they fit in on the teacher's contract would be. If they're,
After the third year.
correct. In the third year, they'd go back to the teacher's contract on the salary scale.
Okay, just so I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, motion to eliminate one administrator on special assignment as proposed by Dr. Avery.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Ms. Casimir, do you still have a question?
Yeah, did he say eliminate one administrative special assignment position, or are we eliminating 4? I just want a clarification. It sounded like Mr. Sokolovic said 1.
I'm sorry, they
I was
said
just
1. I realized their microphones were on. It was 1.
So there is a proposal to eliminate 1 administrator on special assignment. Am I correct?
Yes. The
Thank you.
proposal was to eliminate only 1, so.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Baptiste Perez? Okay. Any further debate on this item? Okay, we can go ahead and take that vote.
Roll call vote.
Go ahead. Mr. Benahan.
Ms. Christine Baptiste Barris,
Pass.
Ms. Akisha Casimir,
Yes.
Mr. William Medina,
See.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sagalev,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver, Mr. Woodson. Ms. Christine Baptiste Barris,
I had to think about it. I'm gonna vote no because there's no really significant cost savings when you think about it. We have to wait 3 years to see anything of impact.
Madam Chair, 7 yes and 1 no.
Thank you. The next item is the discussion on assistant principals. Go ahead, Mr. Traver.
Madam Chair, I want to move that we defer on this item until the end of the year, that we move to not eliminate these positions until the summer of 25. That I move that we eliminate these positions in the summer of 25. I guess.
I'll second.
Is there a debate on this item? It's been moved by Mr. Traver, seconded by Mrs. Kolovic. Ms. Baptiste Perez?
I don't think this should be terminated. This is a decision now regarding the budget now. If there's going to be cost savings, and after the facilities master plan comes out, and let's just say hypothetically a building's empty and dangerous, then there's no reason to eliminate these roles because
Excuse me.
that
Mr. Mayor,
amount,
also
that
not-
amount it would theoretically be the cost of
Mr.
utilities
Tabor,
in one of the buildings. So
Mr. Tabor.
if we're going to look to anything, we should just table it for further consideration at the end of the school year, because there's going to be other methods, and that's just based off of the facilities presentation that we had today, where we have several empty buildings.
I'm
And
gonna go
so
back to Ms. Bethany. Can I hold you
yeah,
for
the
a
motion
second?
is to table it until the end of the school year, terminate them at
I'm
the end
going
of the school
back
year.
to
I don't
Mr.
think they
Tabor.
need to be terminated at the end of the school year. You know?
Mr. Tabor?
Yeah, I'm the maker of the motion. Do I get to speak on my motion before
You can.
Ms. Baptiste Perez goes?
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's my understanding from what we have heard today that there is no savings other than the $1,000 per position. Am I correct?
That's correct. For the first 12
So-
calendar months, 12 first
So
year.
the savings that we're going to realize this year is approximately $18,000
For the full
in
year.
during this school year.
Correct.
And that if at the end of this school year, these 18 positions, if the individuals in these 18 positions are elect to leave the district voluntarily, that we incur no other costs than that $18,000. If
Correct.
they're not going to bump into a bargaining unit position at their higher salary, they have voluntarily left the system, and we have now realized the savings of that lost position. If, on the other hand, an opening occurs within their bargaining unit, the administrative bargaining unit, then they will stay with our system, feeling grateful that we didn't eliminate them position in the middle of the school year.
That's correct, sir.
And so we will have a happy employee who is happy to still stay in the Bridgeport school system. But not be inaccurate?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it seems to me it's a win-win situation for us if we keep that position in place till the end of this academic year. And if they choose to go on and pursue their administrative careers in another district this coming summer, we've lost that resource as we've lost oh too many, but at least we have kept that position to help in the position they are now for the rest of the school year, and we have not saved $18,000. A small cost to pay for keeping that position in the valuable place that it is now.
Correct.
So that's why I make this motion as I've made it. It's a small price to pay for keeping that position where it does the most good for the rest of the school year. And if we lose them over the summer, we lose them over the summer for that small price. Does that make sense to you too, Mr. Nakwo?
I mean, for employee morale, fine, if that's what the board wants to do. I mean, at this point.
We lose them over the summer. We don't have to continue paying those added administrative costs as mandated by state law. And if they bump into the bargaining unit, stay in the bargaining unit, then they're going to be earning that additional cost doing an administrative job.
If we lose them voluntarily, but if there's any residual that didn't live on their own or didn't take any administrative job, we still have to.
Then we'll incur that cost, not having only lost $1,000 this year.
Yes.
Okay.
But maybe nature will take its.
But I see that as a win-win for us.
It is.
and-
Maybe nature will take its course that, they might voluntarily leave. And I mean, again, it's up to the employee decision. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the purpose of my making this motion, Madam Chair.
Mr.
Thank you.
Sakalik?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a point of clarification on what Mr. Traver said. The motion is not to table. The motion is to implement the cuts at the end of 2024 school year. And I do support that. It does make a lot of sense because rather than have people holding on and bumping teachers, they may be in the interim looking for positions elsewhere with more stable employment and be able to land easier on their feet and save the district additional dollars rather than throwing them out to the wolves today. And we got to incur that for the next year as they bump everybody. I think it would be much less disruptive to do so that way.
Mr. Medina? Ms. Casimir?
So just so I understand, if we vote to, I guess, prolong this or whatever word you want to use until the summer, what if, I'm just saying hypothetically speaking, what if none of them decide to leave for another job? Then they would automatically get terminated? Is that what happens? Because the
No, where
positions
we
are going
would,
to be eliminated anyway, right? I mean,
yes, so where we would be is exactly where we are today. In that we
okay.
would start the clock ticking, at the end of the next school year. They would be able to take a open teaching position and we'd start the $1,000 less salary at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Any, Mr. Chamber?
Ms. Casimir, I'm banking on the fact that these are qualified administrators who, if they want to continue to pursue their administrative careers, would start looking at the end of the school year for an administrative position elsewhere if there was not an option available in the district.
And that's why I'm asking the question to the experts that know about this. I'm just
Yes.
asking a hypothetical question. That's
Yes.
all I was
No,
doing.
no, and
But
I'm
thank you for
explaining.
your additional explanation. I didn't need it. I didn't need it. I understand you, and I didn't need it. And that's why I had asked the HR person or Mr. Nicole or whoever was doing this.
Yes.
But thank you anyway.
But that's why I'm explaining, and that was what I was hoping that we would come out
Right.
with.
Got it.
All righty. So do we have a motion on the table to, say your motion again, Mr. Traber. Put your mic on.
My motion is that I move that we eliminate the assistant principal positions in the 18 administrative assistant principal positions in phase 1, tier 1, effective the summer of 2025.
Okay. Any further debate on this item?
So the summer 2025, I just need clarification. Are we talking about the fiscal year or the end of the school year?
At the end of the fiscal year.
June 30th, end of the fiscal year.
Okay, roll call vote.
Okay.
Ms. Christine Baptiste Paris,
Pass.
Mr. Benan, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir,
Pass.
Mr. William Medina, Ms. Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokoloff,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber,
Yes.
Mr. Woodson, Ms. Christine Baptiste Paris,
I'm gonna vote no because I don't want any of the roles to go. I mean, I understand the human dignity part to it and building morale, but they're a critical component in the building. And so that just means the 25-26 school year will not be positive for children. So that's why I'm voting no.
Ms. Akisha Casimir,
It's gonna pass anyway. Let's delay the inevitable. I'll say yes.
The next item is the supervisor of alternative education. Dr. Avery?
Just want to make sure, point of clarity, this position is another name for an assistant principal. So if you would apply that same concept to June 30th, that would be appropriate. It's an assistant principal of the detention
JDC,
center,
the Juvenile
JDC.
Detention Center.
Okay. Mr. Traber? Mr. Sokoloff?
All right, thank you. Motion to approve the elimination of one supervisor of alternate education effective at the end of the fiscal year 2025.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Do we have debate on this item? Ms. Casimir?
Yes, I just wanted to say, so for years, from what my understanding is there was no building administrator at all. As a matter of fact, I hadn't even known that the Bridgeport Board of Education was responsible for the kids over at juvenile detention. So I remember us taking a tour over there when Dr. Levy David was here, and there was no building administrator over there at all. So I understand the kids are locked up, but just one, and we're eliminating that one, right? Because the supervisor is just one. Yeah, I don't agree with that, but that's all I wanted to say.
Can I ask Dr. Avery, if we eliminate this position, who's kind of going to be in charge of that role?
In the past, they have used the split. So it would be somebody who does it part-time, basically. They'd be an assistant principal at one school and overseeing the JDC at the same time.
Okay. And we're responsible for funding that, given that it's in Bridgeport, even though
I believe that's grant
many of
funded.
those are grant funded,
I believe so.
and a lot of those students are not, or not a lot, but a lot of those students either come from Bridgeport or not from Bridgeport, and we're covering the cost.
Yes. Yes, I think the state provides additional dollars for that. And so in that grant funding, there's administrative costs that can be allocated to, it's like a shared cost. So if we have an assistant principal that may go and supervise that building, twice or three times a week, then we have a cost savings where we can kind of allocate that cost to that particular salary of that particular AP.
Mhm.
They've been doing it that way for years.
Okay, that's all my questions. I got it. Thank you. Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I guess I'm thinking long term. Just because that's how it was done in the past doesn't mean it necessarily gave, the students their second chance. And then it's only one position. And then if we're looking at the 25-26 school year and we're getting rid of APs based on the last vote, and we're going to eliminate this position, I just don't see what's the point in spreading it so thin. We have a grant writer. Why don't we apply for additional grants? I don't see why cutting this one role is necessary.
Ms. Sakalovic, and then I'll go to Ms. Casimir. I'll go back to,
Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Or she spoke
Thank
already.
you.
Go ahead.
Apologize. I just want to make sure nobody gets skipped. Dr. Avery, how many students are in the juvenile detention center at any one time?
I think it fluctuates from day to day. A lot of the students are there 3 or 4 days until they're, processed to either another facility or they process to go back home to be served at their particular district. So I would say the times I visited, approximately, 20 to 25 students.
And are those all Bridgeport students?
No, they're all students from across the region.
Thank you.
Ms. Casimir.
Yeah, so the reason why they're not all Bridgeport students is because students outside of Bridgeport get in trouble, and the facility itself is located in Bridgeport. That's the reason why the Bridgeport Public School System is in charge. And secondly, Dr. Avery, do you have any idea of how those kids are doing with test scores? Like, even though they're locked up over there, is it the same pretty much like failing scale that we have for the rest of the district? Do you see any difference? Yes, no? I was wondering about that.
What happens is those test scores go directly back to that individual campus. They may take the test there, and the tests will follow that kid back to the district that they're coming from. So it just depends on how you equate that, depending on if there's like 5 or 10 kids, from a different specific district or campus, it follows them back. So I can't I don't really have that data in front of me to clear that for you.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Traber?
Yeah, it's not even, it's primarily Fairfield County, but it's not unique to Fairfield County. When I was in there, there was a student from out of state. So it's really, the test scores go back to the student's district. So it just will vary. And sometimes they're not just from Fairfield County. They could be from New Haven County who happen to be down here for some particular legal reason. So it just, we take care of them because as you said, Ms. Casimir, they're sitting in our city. So we have teachers that go in there to teach them, but they can be from all over, and the test scores are not at all tied into our district, other than our
Yeah,
students.
that's exactly what was just said. Yeah, that was exactly what was just said. Thank you.
Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some people say assumptions make people look like a fool. So I'm going to ask this question, knowing that the supervisor of alternative education will be voted on today, that this doesn't mean because this will be voted out, this position, that we're going to be leaving them without the resources or the support, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take a vote on this item.
Roll call.
It's going to be roll called for the elimination of the supervisor of alternative education at the end of this fiscal year. Mr. Benahan?
Thank you. Christine Baptiste Paris,
Pass.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. Willie Medina, Ms. Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sagale,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver, Mr. Woodson, Ms. Christine Baptiste Paris,
No.
The next item is for Director, Supervisor of something, Dr. Avery? Yes. I'm sorry, the vote on that,
5 yes.
5
3 no.
yes, 3 no. It passes. The next item, can you clarify what that position is?
Yeah, district supervisor of specialized services.
Specialized service, okay. Okay, so this item is District Supervisor Specialized Services. Anybody have any discussion on this item?
2 positions.
Ms. Casimir?
Just so I understand, these are people who work in special ed. Does specialized services mean special ed, or is it something different?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And then this one is the revised one where we're not limiting 4, you're limiting 2.
That's correct.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Thank you. Motion to approve the elimination of, what is it,
2.
2 positions for district supervised specialized. As presented by Dr. Avery.
All right, the motion's been made by Mr. Sokolovic. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. We're in a debate. Mr. Sokolovic, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Again, special education is one of our most vulnerable areas as a school district. I don't support eliminating any position from special education. You know, we're behind. And so eliminating any numbers to the support staff there and then saying that people are going to work overtime, that has not worked in the past. And it will probably more than likely not work in the future.
Any other comments on this one? All right, we could take a vote on the elimination of 2 positions for
Roll call vote.
special ed, district supervisor for special ed. Roll call, Mr. Benahan. Go ahead.
Christine Baptiste Paris,
Pass.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Keisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. William Medina, Ms. Jennifer Paris,
I'm gonna pass this one.
Mr. Joseph Sogoli,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver, Mr. Woodson, Ms. Christine Baptiste Paris,
No.
and Ms. Jennifer Paris.
I'm abstaining from this one.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, 4-3 and one abstention.
Yes.
The motion carries. Next is the ITS District Infrastructure Operations Manager. Is there a motion? Mr. Sakalovic has a motion.
Motion to eliminate the ITS District Infrastructure Operations Manager as presented by Dr. Avery.
Motion's been made by Mr. Sakalovic. Is there a second?
Second?
Mr. Medina seconds it. As the maker of the motion, do you have anything for that?
Yeah, could you just describe the position for us, please, Dr. Avery?
This position is a technology position that this person kind of helps manage the infrastructure of the district. And I'm not for sure if Jeff is here to give you a little bit more detail on that. He's not. So PJ is going to take this one.
She provides network infrastructure support. I know that she has, yeah, she has a few staff members under her right now, but that's all I can give you. That's all I really know.
Yeah, in talking with Jeff, it was one of the positions that he felt, he could, manage without and then redistribute the work.
Yeah, I could speak to that, when we spoke to Jeff, he certainly said that he can redistribute that work, that position wasn't necessarily needed at that point. So he felt he can give the work out to other people.
Ms. Betsy Perez.
Is this the position where the person's going to be placed in a different role, or is this an actual elimination?
It's my understanding it's going to be an elimination.
I just don't feel comfortable eliminating a role when I don't have a full understanding of the role or its impact on the district. And so it would have been helpful for the decision and discussion tonight that we would have been provided with at least the duties, the qualifications of each one of these roles before making such an important decision.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on this one? I actually, you already made a motion, but I'm assuming I'm referring this one to committee because that is a department that is spread thin. Just so we get more knowledge, but if there's already a motion.
Already a motion.
I agree with the
We've got to dispose of that motion first, whether it passes or not, then we could recommit it.
Would you consider taking back your motion or do you want to go with the vote?
I would like to hear the vote.
Okay, go with the vote?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll go with the vote.
Roll call vote.
It's gonna be roll called.
Christine Baptiste Paris,
Pass.
Ms. Keisha Casimir,
No.
Mr. William Medina,
Sí.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
No.
Mr. Joseph Sokolev,
You on the mic?
Oh,
they called your name,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson, and Mr. Benahan, yes.
Ms. Baptiste.
Ms. Baptiste Perez,
No.
4
I
to
want
4.
to, if the motion fails, I want to make a motion to refer the ITS District Infrastructure Operation Manager back to committee so we get a bigger picture of what that would look like. Seconded by Mr. Traber. All in favor, say aye.
No, and we're back in debate.
Any debate on that? See no debate, all in favor?
Roll call vote.
We're gonna roll call that one. We didn't. We
4 to
didn't.
4.
There was no debate. So all in favor, roll calling, sending this back to committee.
Second.
Mr. Benahan?
1 second.
Oh, you're on.
Christine Baptiste Perez,
Pass.
Ms. Akisha Casimir,
Yes, back to committee.
Mr. William Medina,
Sí.
Ms. Jennifer Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokolev,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Woodson, Ms. Christine Baptiste Perez,
Then abstain.
and Mr. Benahan, yes. 6 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstain, Madam Chair.
It passes then. Next item is the District Teacher Development Specialist.
Point of clarity,
Yes.
these positions were just created maybe, 4 months ago? And they are another name for instructional coaches. And there's 3 of them that we're asking for elimination.
How are there's 3 of them, what, are they're at the office, like central office level, and are they in the schools? What are they doing?
No, they assist the directors. They're housed at 45 Lion Terrace.
And what what's their role?
Their role is to help with PD for the teachers throughout the district.
Okay, what would be the plan for professional development if we limited these positions?
A combination of the directors, the assistant superintendents, a variety of everybody. I mean, we're all going to have to do dual roles to kind of support the work for the academic side. And so those would definitely be areas that we can kind of divide and conquer with to provide the additional support that's needed.
Questions from board members? Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to eliminate the 3 positions of District Teacher Development Specialist as presented by Dr. Avery.
That was motion made by Mr. Sokolovic. It was seconded by Mr. Medina. Mr. Sokolovic, do you have anything for that?
No, ma'am.
Any debate? Ms. Baptiste Perez?
All right, so we just fired a director of math literacy and sciences. What areas are these teacher development specialists in, and what grades?
I'm not 100% sure exactly what grade and what departments. I mean, most of the times with coaches, they can do a variety of different content areas. It's like a mixed opportunity to be able to kind of provide that generalized support in the area that is needed.
Were they helping with the curriculum?
I'm thinking they were helping with curriculum in some fashion. I'm not 100% sure exactly what that role is or was.
Okay, so again, we're looking to let go of positions and we don't know what they're doing. We haven't been given information to it. They're working on a curriculum that's not completed and we've already eliminated directors. Can you just make it make sense for me how it's going to get done and how that's going to help the educational outcomes for students? How are we going to close the gap if we keep firing the people that's supposed to help us close it?
Point of information?
Mr. Skalvik has a point of information.
Yes, we're not firing anybody. We're making layoffs. Firing has a different connotation than layoffs, so.
Okay, great. How would laying off these individuals who will no longer be available help with closing the educational gap? And why weren't we provided with their roles and what they're specifically doing so we can make an informed decision?
Mr. Traber?
We're trying to address a budget shortcoming that we've been anticipating for a while. Some of us have been predicting this for years, and it was ignored over the last year and a half. And so now we're trying to address it. So I can understand why you're a little confused about it, but that's what we're trying to address. And it doesn't look good because we shouldn't have been doing some of the things we've done. Now, you raised the question of development specialists and wondered, we've added these positions in the fall. I'm assuming they started before the school year started, that these positions were in place. And yet I heard the horror stories about the training that we didn't provide to teachers this fall. So I'm wondering what they did to help make that such a wonderful process for the teachers this fall. But that's not the point we're looking at here. What we're looking at, and seems to be ignored by you, Ms. Baptiste Perez, is that we have a $40 million deficit we're looking at next fall. And so what we're trying to get ahead of is that curve that's coming down the pike. And so you want to ignore it, but we're looking at it and it's not a pleasant curve. So I get why you're confused, but it's coming. And so some of these things are going to be quite unpleasant. And we've gone through it before, 6 years ago, 12 years ago, and it's not going to be pleasant next fall when we can't provide any service to the students.
Mr. Woodson?
Well, we all understand why the cuts have to be made, but a couple of weeks ago, when you had the people from Caribe here, and they were in front of you, and they were making demands of you, and you caved right in front of them.
I didn't.
You caved.
I did not.
Willie was crying.
We're going to go back to the actual.
Willie was crying.
We're going to go back to the
Against what
motion.
he believed.
Never change.
Mr. Woodson, Mr. Traber, we're going to go back to the actual motion. We're going to go.
Change your vote, Mr. Woodson.
The motion is to eliminate, Mr. Traber, Mr. Woodson, the motion is to eliminate 3 positions.
I have
Miss
my hand up. I have my hand
Miss
up. for
Baptiste,
debate.
I got you. Miss Baptiste Perez.
I mean, thank you for admitting that it's existed for years, the failure in this district. We wouldn't be an alliance district if we weren't failing 4 years. And I guess I'm starting to finally see your reality. Your reality must be a Board of Education doesn't have to provide an education. We just have to balance a budget. Because I'm more focused on the educational quality and creating educational opportunities so our students can be successful leaders for the future. And so, like I've mentioned, there's just been other areas that have not been considered, and yet we've cut and we've cut and we've cut. We don't even know what these district teacher development specialists are doing. We haven't been given clarification on their roles. We know that they're assisting with the curriculum. We already know that we've cut the people that write the curriculum, such as the literacy director. knowing that they could have absorbed another role that was not put up for consideration. So I thank you for helping me realize your reality is a Board of Education not focused on education.
Mr. Traver.
As long as we're going to allow this charade to continue, and having listened to it for the last year, the reality is that we have not seen anybody providing an education from this board for the last year. And whether it's last week or the last year, we have watched the soapbox, and the soapbox continues. This is not a board that is interested in, has not been a board that's interested in providing an education to our children. It is a board that has been doing a dance around that question. So what we're now looking at is an economic reality that is going to come on like a sledgehammer in the next year. And it scares the bejesus out of me, because this is going to be scary next year. I was here when we had to eliminate all of the kindergarten paras. That affects education. And I don't know if you understand how serious that is. This is minor compared to what we're looking at next fall. And this is the beginning of what we're going to be looking at next fall. So you can describe it any way you want, Ms. Baptiste Perez, but I am just terrified about what we're going to be looking at with our parents in the community next fall. And the Caribe thing was just a joke, and unfortunately it got through, no matter what I tried to do. But this is the beginning of a scary, scary year. And you're still not coming to grips with it.
Any further comments, Mrs. Kolovic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to Mr. Traver's point and to the point of all these budget cuts right now, we are at approximately, if this one is approved, we are about $6 million in cuts, which is approximately half of the escalated costs we have. So we got half a dent in the escalated costs. Are we in a much better position than we were a month ago? Yes, because right now we're tapping into the internal service fund at approximately $6 million less. At the best, at the worst, we will save this money 3 years from now, which we still need the savings 3 years from now. We need to keep these savings throughout the district until we can secure more money. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions for debate, we'll take a vote on this.
Roll call vote.
The roll call vote for elimination of the 3 specialists. Mr. Benahan.
Thank you. Christine Baptiste Perez.
Pass.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir.
No.
Mr. William Medina.
Sí.
Ms. Jennifer Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Sokolow.
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traver. Yes. Mr. Woodson. Ms. Christine Baptiste Perez.
No.
The motion carries
3 no and 5 yes.
5-3. The next item is community facilitator.
Dr. Seki, can you explain that, please?
Go ahead, Dr. Saki.
Yes, good evening. The community facilitator is someone who actually helps us with our chronic absenteeism. The focus is on the LEAP home visitors and the LEAP coordinators who support the LEAP home visitors. Individual also works with helping to support some of our mentoring programs. So that's the particular position. This position, half of this position was through a grant, the other half was through district funds. So we're able to cover it for half of the year and not for the second half of the year.
Can I ask who would be covering the chronic absenteeism?
So our director of SEL and student services will be picking up that task.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Motion to approve the elimination of the community facilitator as presented by Dr. Avery.
Second.
I turned my mic off. Seconded by Mr. Medina. Mr. Sakalovic?
Yeah, just really fast, quick question. When was this position created?
This position was created at the beginning of this year. Through the LEAP grant, we had some flexibility in terms of how some of that money was spent. And so, the understanding again was that half would be through the grant and then the other half through the district budget.
Right, and there's other avenues that the grant funding could be spent upon, correct?
Most
Rather than
likely,
just this position. Rather than just this position. I see Mr. Nkwo is nodding his head, yes.
Can you repeat it? I don't think he heard what you said. He didn't know what
The
you said.
grant, through the Madam Chair, the grant money can be applied towards retention of some of the positions that is not been eliminated.
Thank you.
Ms. Casimir?
Yes, Dr. Saki, can you repeat for me how they plan to fill the shoes of this position? Like what's gonna happen with it again?
So our director of SEL and student services will be assisting in collaboration with the LEAP facilitators. Obviously, whenever you eliminate a position and you put the workload on someone else, it just adds more. So again, the director of SEL and student services in collaboration with the LEAP home visitors will be assisting with this.
Oh, okay, because they do have to be outside of the school a lot because you got kids that are just not coming to school. And so they go into the neighborhoods and they knock on the door and they, try to find out what's going on. So that's why I had wanted clarification for that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
What's the rate of absenteeism in Bridgeport Public Schools right now? And have we seen a change since the creation of this role?
I would say when we first looked at the data from last year, I would say statewide, we probably showed the biggest drop. This year, we did change the structure of our LEAP program. I can get you the exact numbers. I don't know those off the top of my head, but I can get you the specific numbers. Between the start of school and now, it had remained flat. We're looking to do some more rebranding in terms of advertising of the importance of school, in addition to what we're doing with our LEAP facilitators, as well as the support that's being given to the school attendance teams to hopefully help continue to bring that number down.
Any further questions? Thank you. We'll go ahead and take that vote.
Roll
All
call
in
vote?
favor? All right, we're going to do a roll call. Christine Baptiste Perez,
Yes.
Albert Benahan stepped out. Akeisha Casimir,
No.
Willie Medina. Jennifer Perez, yes. Joseph Kolovic.
Yeah.
Robert Traber. Andre Woodson. Christine Baptiste Perez.
No.
It carries 4-3. Next item, executive administrative assistant. Looking to eliminate 3 administrative assistants, executive level administrative assistants. Mr. Sakalovic?
To approve the elimination of 3 administrative assistants as presented by Dr. Avery.
It's been seconded by Mr. Medina. Ms. Casimir?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sakalovic, you have the floor first, and then we'll go to Ms. Casimir.
Yes. 2 quick questions. when were these positions made, and are these the executive director, I mean, these administrative assistants to some of the people we already voted to get rid of? I mean, lay off, I apologize for the choice of words. I'm getting tired.
This is a newly created position within the last year that these executive administrative assistants have been added. They do support some of the people who will be eliminated or rebranded throughout the district. Correct. That's correct.
Ms. Casimir.
My question is one of these positions the position of the executive assistant that is for the board, just for the board only?
No,
Is that
that's
intertwined in this?
it is not.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
I
Thank
believe
you.
you're talking about Miss Kashan.
Yes.
Yes, no, that is not her. That is not her position.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
And what areas are these executive administrators or administrative assistant? Are they in the office of the superintendent, the office of the deputy superintendent?
They are currently stationed in the office of the superintendent, the office of the chief academic officer, as well as the executive director of school leadership.
Any further questions from board members? We're gonna take a vote on it. It's gonna be a roll call vote. For the 3 executive administrative assistants. Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Pass.
Ms. Casimir.
Abstain.
Mr. Medina. Ms. Perez, yes. Sakalovic, Mr. Sakalovic? Yes. Mr. Traber? Mr. Woodson? Says yes. Mr. Banahan is back. Go ahead. Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Abstain.
All right. So that one carries with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses and 2 abstentions. The next item is Human Resource Project Assistant. Go ahead. You had to talk on your, okay. Mr. Sakalovic?
Yeah, I make a motion to remove the Human Resource Project Assistant as presented by Dr. Avery.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Do we have any debate? Mr. Sakalovic, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Ms. Casimir?
Yes, just wanting to, can someone give me a couple of examples of what projects that the Human Resources Project Assistant works on or has worked on? I just want to get a better sense of the role.
Sure. The main thing that the project assistant worked on was the transition from Frontline to Red Rover. It's our job posting system as well as our absence system. So it was a rather large project to switch over from Frontline to Red Rover. The Human Resources Project Assistant, that would be what I would classify as her biggest project that was going on. She has been involved in other IT things as far as the website for HR, but that would be her biggest contribution.
Thank you.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Are we fully integrated into Red Rover?
We are about 75% integrated into Red Rover. And I don't particularly know if we'll get much further than the 75% because we are going to be switching over at some point to Microsoft Dynamics, which will integrate everything, and it'll be more of a one-size-fits-all kind of program.
Will the moving over to Microsoft require an assistant that will help with the integration process as to what was done with Red Rover?
No, I think we could do it without this particular position. I don't see the reason why this position would be needed for that project.
Does this position assist with onboarding? I know that's critical for your department.
It is, and this position really does not do that. It originally was involved in that when we were making the transition from Frontline to Red Rover, but since other members of the department have taken over the onboarding, and when she was involved in onboarding, it was a very small portion of her duties. It's been dispersed amongst other people in the office right now.
Any further questions? All right, there's a roll call requested for this, so we'll take the vote for elimination of the Human Resource Project Assistant. Mr. Benahan, your mic is on there, bud.
Christine Baptiste Perez.
Pass.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Akisha Casimir.
Abstain.
Mr. William Medina.
C.
Ms. Jennifer Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Justin Sokolick.
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber. Mr. Woodson. Ms. Christine Baptiste Perez.
Yes.
Okay. 7 yes.
7 yes, 1 abstain, 0
7
no.
yeses, 1 abstention. That carries. Next item is the typist one. That's for 1 typist. Mr. Sokolovic.
Motion to eliminate 1 position for the title of typist 1 as presented by Dr. Avery.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Medina. Mr. Sokolovic, do you have any questions? Are there any other questions for debate? Ms. Baptiste Perez.
And which department is the typist?
The typist is basically a school. It's like a secretarial position. Not crazy about the title of the job, but these typists are doing secretarial work in the schools. This is a NAGE affiliated position. And these typists have been around for a while, so this particular typist would be able to bump to another position, either in the city or the Board of Ed.
And so if they bump to another position in the Board of Ed, do we have a cost savings?
No, I misspoke. They could potentially go to a typist, but we would be eliminating the least senior Board of Ed typist, so they would be able to bump in the city, because actually there's open positions in the city now for typist 1.
Any further questions? We'll take a vote. Mr.
Roll call.
Traver has requested a roll call. Go ahead.
Christine Baptiste Perez.
Pass.
Akisha Casimir.
Abstain.
Mr. William Medina.
C.
Mr. Benahan, yes. Ms. Jennifer Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Justin Sokolick.
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber. Mr. Woodson. Ms. Christine Baptiste Perez.
And abstain.
All right.
To abstain, Madam Chair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 yeses, 2 abstentions. That one passes. The last one is clerical assistant for 12 months. 6 positions are on the table. Mr. Sokolovic.
Motion to eliminate clerical assistant 12-month positions as presented by Dr. Avery.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Medina. Is there, do you have anything on that, Mr. Sokolovic? Any other debate? Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Can we have a description as to what departments they're in and what they're doing?
Sure. So again, this is another secretarial type of position. They're scattered throughout the district as far as the different departments. So special education, payroll and benefits, and the others are located at schools.
So when you say special education, is that like the assistant that's in charge of making sure we're submitting paperwork to the state that we're in compliance, like that kind of secretarial duties?
No, these would be very basic secretarial duties, phone answering, taking notes, those types of duties. That's what's in their job description. That's what they should be doing.
Okay, so can you just tell me more about the special education one? Like, so if a parent has an inquiry as to a PPT and they call, that's who they'll be talking to?
Yes, and actually that position is actually open right now, so that wouldn't be filled. And that's been open for a few months now, so we just wouldn't fill that, and that would be part of our positions that are eliminated.
Okay, so we don't even have someone picking up the phones for parents when it comes to special education, and so we wouldn't even bother to place for that. Okay. No further questions.
Dr. Avery? You good? Okay. Any further debate? It's gonna be a roll call vote. Mr. Benahan?
Christine Baptiste Paris,
Pass.
Ms. Akeisha Casimir,
Abstain.
Mr. William Medina, Ms. Jennifer Paris,
Yes.
Joseph Sokolow,
Yes.
Mr. Robert Traber, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Benahan, yes. And Christine Baptiste Paris,
I would have voted yes, but I take an issue with anything involving cuts to special education, so I'm gonna vote no.
Thank you.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain, Madam Chair.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That one passes. Is any further discussion tonight? All right, motion to adjourn,
So move.
moved by Mr. Benahan, seconded by Mrs. Sokolovic. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, it passes. Have a good night. Merry Christmas, everybody, and happy holidays. Drive safe in this weather. We're ending at 12:22.